If it goes the way normal, then it's just keep going on people's property. I think they just like for us to let it go away.
I'll mention it, yeah.
We had, Trustee and I talked about a couple of these, and earlier with that, we decided that probably didn't make sense to do.
I was going to ask a question.
Okay. Is everybody ready? You ready, sir? Okay. Call to order the Berlin Township Trustees regular meeting for June 12th, 2023. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call roll.
Rail,
Here.
O'Brien,
Here.
Bullard,
Here,
Thank you. And at this time, we will open up for public comment. Of note, public comment related to either BZC case 23-002, 23-001, or BZC case 23-003. Will have their designated times for public comment within the date and time certain for the meeting. So if there's any public comments that are outside of comments related therein, each participant has up to 4 minutes. Please don't exceed the 4-minute commenting mark. And if you could please go to the podium and state your first name, last name, address, and the nature of your comment, that would be most appreciated. Just as a note, the board does not respond directly to any comments or concerns that are noted within the public comment time. However, oftentimes we do provide specific liaisons to follow up for any outstanding items of concern or note. That said, are there any public comments for this evening? Okay, hearing none.
Who would you like us to speak to, sir?
Who are you, sir?
Old and Tansy Schools. Didn't know if you wanted us to go for a time of the meeting, but it was just in the open session.
Yeah, we actually have, thank you. Are you Mr. Meyer? You're Mr. Meyer? You're Mr. Jenkins?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We do actually have you as a designated time on the agenda this
Thank
evening. But if you want to provide public comment, you're more than welcome to as well. Wonderful. Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to the item number 5, approval of minutes.
make a motion that we approve the April 24th, 2023 minutes and the May 22nd, 2023 meeting minutes and dispense with the reading of same. So moved.
I second.
Moved by Trustee Bullard, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Did you get what you needed from Mr. Sabatino? Okay. Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Okay, and why don't we do, without objection, move down to Olentangy, OLSD, TIF considerations. If you guys think you just need a couple of minutes. Okay, very good. So we have with us a number of members from OLSD, and they're here to talk about a recent TIF that has been noticed, and the board will plan to possibly take action this evening. This TIF is related to the east side of our township, roughly, how much would you say? 3 Bs and K? 3 Bs and K.
South of 36.
South of 3637, between that and Plum Road. So without ado, if you guys want to stand and state who you are and share a little bit, that'd be wonderful for the board's consideration.
I'm Ryan Jenkins, treasurer for Old and Tansy Schools.
Todd Meyer, superintendent for Old and Tansy
Hi.
Schools.
And then Kevin Daverco, one of our board members is here, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And thanks. When we got this TIF, we just had a couple of brief questions. A lot of the infrastructure that's noted is kind of boilerplate language when it comes to public infrastructure improvements, and didn't know if there was anything specific, what type of projects that we as a district might be able to plan for, how that helps to impact transportation routes and things of that nature. So those are just a few questions that we have.
Wonderful, thank you. Would any members of the board like to provide additional supplement or comments on this?
Briefly, it depends on what is built. So the area in question really is also more specifically north of Sherman Road.
Okay.
So as you're aware, Sunbury annexed a portion of Berlin Township. And so the city of Sunbury is going to be putting in, with the county's help and ODOT's considerations, Sunbury Parkway. So that's going to cause us some significant issues with the off-ramp. So there may need to be some improvements, particularly to Sherman Road, which we would like ODOT to pay for, which we'll see how likely that is. But there's a lot of safety issues regarding Sherman Road. So that's what, but it's not obligated to that, but that's what I would see for this specific tip, the area that needs the most help, because the configuration of Sunbury Parkway is going to bisect 3Bs and K, and will attach to Africa Road. And I don't know if it's going to be called Africa Road or Sunbury Parkway when it hits 36, 37. It's going to wipe out RCT.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Sunbury Parkway, what the proposal is?
I'm not.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, so right there on Africa Road and 3637, they're proposing an exit right before the current 71 exit. And that exit's gonna go through Berkshire and come up and hit at Africa and 3637. Well, that's gonna cause a number of different changes to the infrastructure around that area. Most importantly, they're going to, at least at this time, they're going to close off a section of 3Bs and K Road, the part that connects to 3637, to go straight through to Africa Road. Well, when that happens, I just recently saw that there was some township, we were listed as providing a source of funding for Sunbury as well.
Well, I think
Sunbury
they
Parkway.
may want to talk to us before that happens.
Well, they held a public meeting in which this was the proposal and these were how it was going to be funded, and it was news to me.
Well, since
So-
I don't want Sunbury Parkway, I'm not thinking that I'm going to vote.
And that makes perfect sense. Regardless, we're going to need to figure out a lot related to that infrastructure for that improvement. And right now they have the outlet, so they'll have one section going north up to Africa and 3637, but then they'll have the south, and Tiffany, please pardon me if I run afoul here. They have the south coming out right before Sherman Road on 3Bs and K. And that's going to basically dump all the traffic onto 3Bs and K. And anybody that wants to get to Africa Road from that segment will have to go down Sherman Road, which is a pretty tight, very beautiful street a street right now, a township road, not a road that was intended to funnel all the traffic from 71 in the county and that. And then also 3Bs and K is also a road that we're gonna need to look at for various improvements as well. Trustee Board, did you have anything?
No, I just, you all heard me many times. If you got questions,
So is it, as you look at the map with 71 here?
Yeah, you want me to?
Yeah, where exactly will that?
Well, there's three.
I'm sorry,
Good last name, by the way.
I like it. Two Jenkins, unrelated.
Unrelated, yes. What do you need me to do?
Do you want to describe, well, you can draw the map, actually, if you want to mark up this map.
Well, there's three proposals. And,
Okay.
and it sounded like ODOT was not, there was one that sounded fairly okay to me because it wasn't going to dump all the traffic onto Sherman Road. But they said, they don't like that. They like the one that's gonna dump all the traffic onto 3637. I think it's the yellow. Is yellow
You know,
the original?
there's a green, there's a blue, and there's a purple.
If you
that are-
come here,
that
we
are
can blow this up, and any members of the
their
audience can
website.
come up here too right now.
Are you on their website?
Yeah, I'm on the new feedback exchange. So you have the regular 71 exit, which they're gonna be making a number of improvements to. The line for Berlin starts at 3Bs and K and 3637. And then you have Sunbury Parkway, which you see that this exit goes all the way up to Africa. And then the other exit for the south is going to come out, and you see this is Sherman Road. And then you go down here and you have Johnny Cakes, and you have Berkshire right here on 3B, off of 3Bs and K. So this infrastructure improvement that's being worked on with county and ODOT, this is going to change the flow of traffic for our township as we know it on the northeast side. And we have to prepare our township roads to be able to handle this kind of infrastructure. And so that's really a large part of the motivation behind why we're looking to establish a TIF in that area, to service those areas, to service the residents in that areas, so that we can keep up with the traffic that's going to be brought on us by way of Sunbury's annexation and what they've done with the apartments and how many houses they're going to have in, which is going to increase the traffic in this area. And we have to figure out a game plan for that, you know.
So this intersection here, is this Africa? And
This will be Africa and 36 is like right
That's
here.
3Bs and K, sorry.
Yeah, this is 3Bs and K, so, well, 3Bs and K. And so this is Africa and 36, 37 right here.
Got it.
And so they'll come out, and I imagine, I hope that they put a good light in right now, because taking a left turn is a,
Well, the light,
relay right now.
well, the light is going to keep you on 3637. And remember, they're planning to call one of them 36 and one of them 37.
That's right.
And so 3637 will split off into two.
You'll have a 36 segment before, and then a 37 segment after.
We kind of go through the bottom part of it, like right there.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And then what's important here is that this 3Bs and K is going to dead end right here. So this is not going over or under 3Bs and K. This is stopping 3Bs and K traffic.
Okay.
So right now, a lot of folks go up 3Bs and K to 36, 37. That's not going to be,
So
so
you're
all of
saying-
that's going to go into
So you're
Sherman.
saying that they're going to take the Berkshire portion of 3Bs and K, their portion that they take care of, and then get rid of this TIF, a portion of that.
The north right here, everything north on right here, 3Bs and K, this is just going to be cut off.
Gone.
It is not a through route any
So they
longer.
won't be able to go north. to
That's right.
36, 37.
That's right.
They're gonna have to
And then
traffic.
on the east side, so everything on the east, that's open land right here, that's Berkshire.
Mhm.
I know that they have a number of different developments going on and things like that. Those all feed right now currently into Johnny Cake and Berkshire. But then Sunbury annexed the land up here, which is in Berlin Township. And I know that they have plans to put in, what was it? A number of few,
14 units per acre.
yeah, something like that.
Per.
Yeah, Dr. Devercow, is that right? Is that how you say it?
Code, Kevin's fine.
Code, yeah, thank you.
Dr. Ray, what's the timeline? That's the only question.
That would be a county ODOT question. ODOT question, thank you. So we heard that they would be starting waywards by 2025, 2026 on portions of it, that it would be developing phases. And there is funding that is being provided by private builders. So I think they secured quite a bit of funding just recently to be able to build this out. The director of ODOT came to our Delaware County Township Association last week and shared that that they had secured funding for this area. So I think that that seems pretty promising as far as that development.
And the 37th bridge is going to be replaced.
And that's happening sooner. than
That's
that.
happening soon.
Next year.
Over 71.
That
Yes.
bridge is going to be basically replaced.
And why?
And don't ask me how they're gonna do it or anything in the schedule, that's a ODOT set of questions.
Is that the one that goes over the freeway?
Yeah, the
Correct.
Berkshire 71, and 3637 exit, they're gonna redo that and they secured the funding for that. My understanding was it was structural. So it's gonna look pretty much the same at the end of it all, but it will be a lot more stable.
So if you're going to go, while it's being constructed, they're going to keep it open. But what they're going to do is when you are going eastbound, you're going to have to go past the exit, do a U-turn and come back to the exit. And if you're going westbound and are going north, you're going to have to go past the exit, like to Wilson Road and come back.
They're creating R-cuts on the sides, just like I have an R-cut at Lackey Old State in 3637. So they're creating that so that they can, shut down a lane and work on a lane and keep the bridge open. So you're gonna have to go right and then come around to go that way, or left and come around to go that way.
They're putting in the J terms, as we call them, on 3637. And the Sunbury Parkway would be named 36. And the road that goes from 71 to Sunbury right now will be 37. So they will both become federal roads in the long run, just for funding purposes.
The 17 parcels in part of this tip, though, all the
Yeah.
development will be commercial, correct?
And let me add just a little bit more confusion to the whole thing, which is, there was a large parcel there that was attached to Sunbury. That parcel connects to the park, to the Corps of Engineers land. And we've asked the prosecutor the question of how does that affect getting across with Sunbury, and what does it really mean in terms of being able to, we've got quite a bit of research going on, is it just a straight across, or is it allowed to go any place that borders the park?
So-
And which could make things dramatically different. for Sunbury.
So the 17 parcels are actually rather small.
Yeah.
And so the county, as you're aware, because they did a school TIF, is significant. So we won't even get our own taxes on that. And so it's could be mixed use.
Okay. Makes sense there.
Yeah, but again, it depends on what the landowners want to do. And some of them are very small businesses that currently don't plan to do anything other than their current small businesses. But we had an agreement with the county and so they did their thing and we did ours.
As we were just talking, Mr. Meyer and I, a couple of weeks ago, that all of that is already adjacent to, obviously, we go a little bit further to the east on 3637, restaurants and different things of that nature. I wonder if maybe mixed use.
Well, there may be like a hotel, there may be extended stay, that type of thing.
Yeah,
Just, so for the purpose of this TIF, infrastructure improvement as far as roadways, to improve traffic flow.
that's right.
Looks like east and west.
Right, now, we might put a bike trail or something as well.
It's very interesting. I'm very pleased that you brought that up, Trustee O'Brien,
I know.
because I think the bike trails are definitely needed and a potentially very valuable investment on any.
So it's a possibility.
Got it. What you showed us a bit ago is all ODOT in the state, or you have to fund your portion of that whole energy.
No, that's none of us, it's the county and.
Well, it's none of us committed as far as funding.
Well, I can't speak for the board.
Right,
But
neither
I
can
can
I.
speak for myself.
My understanding is that the county and ODOT have been working together on this project, but that primarily it's going to be ODOT. And I only recently became aware that there was a line item from Berlin Township as far as donation towards that project. Actually, we are planning on meeting with ODOT here in hopefully late June, early July, to be able to have more clarification on that project and a number of other things with 3637.
Now, it is possible that they're really actually talking about Berlin's money that's going to the county through the county.
Through the county tip. Well, and that's what I thought.
Well, and if that's the case, it doesn't take our.
It doesn't.
It's our money, but it's.
But the issue is that
Not
they
under
had
control.
they had a Delaware County line item, as I understand it, and a Berlin Township line item. So I said I would like to see that document that was presented, so when I see that, I can forward it along to our colleagues for consideration.
And also Morrissey is heavily involved in it too.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So are you guys familiar with the Berlin Business Park, TIF? Okay, so that was by the county, and I mean, that's the big component that affects the school system, obviously, that also affects the infrastructure, and that's county TIF.
But I think you got a pilot on that.
There's one we didn't. I think that might be it. Is that residential? No.
There are portions of it that are noted as commercial residential.
There were, speaking totally off memory, I know there were some residential that were developed up in here that were 100% non-school. I don't know exactly if it's there or not.
I don't think that was the business park. I think that may have been something that we did that was not part of the business park.
What was that one? I'm not familiar.
It's property that might be very close to where you live.
When was that?
Last year.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
is there anything else that we can answer?
appreciate it.
I just have a
yes.
small tidbit on it. ODOT is hosting a public meeting tomorrow at the Northgate Church from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. on the Sunbury interchange, Sunbury Parkway interchange. So if you want to go find more information, they're doing a presentation at 6 p.m. I think the rest of it is open house. Go look and see what they're doing. You could ask questions there.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
That's at the church, isn't it?
But I'm sorry.
Isn't it at the church?
Yeah, Northgate Church,
Right.
one that's up like right there.
It's at the Four Winds and 3637.
Thank you, gentlemen. Wonderful to meet you. Appreciate your time this
Thank you.
evening.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Demko.
Thanks for moving.
You're all welcome anytime.
Early in the meeting. Appreciate it.
So you didn't want to sit there a couple hours, so.
Well, it wouldn't have been a couple hours, it's been closer to midnight.
All right, take care. Bye. Okay, and without objection, we are gonna move into roads department, shared use path easement.
We're past 5:45.
We are past 5:45, but I believe that Ms. Jenkins wants to present on something, or
I can.
that's,
So, okay. Tiffany Jenkins with Delaware County Engineer's Office. There is a shared use path easement that's been presented to the trustees for approval. I'm only here to administrate getting the information from person to person. And from what I sent an email late on Friday saying that the property ownership hasn't transferred properly, so I don't know if you want to act upon it yet. My guess would be no.
Yes.
Just, I wouldn't if it were me, but, I can answer any questions or pretend to answer any questions that you have or find out answers later if you need something from that.
Is this something that, because we've never done this before,
Correct.
is this something the county wants because the county is gonna take Shanahan?
No.
So why do we wanna, I don't understand, I think we're headed towards liability with this, and I don't understand why we would wanna take that liability. And we specifically say we don't want it in the road right away in our zoning text.
You say you don't want it, or I say we don't want it
It is in our zoning text that it is not to be in the,
right away.
correct.
Okay, so my understanding of this, knowing that I am not a lawyer and this is not my project and I'm standing in for other people. Usually shared path easements occur on subdivision plats, but this particular development is not doing a subdivision plat. So in that case, in order for the path that I understand was requested and required by township zoning to be used by the public, it needs to be in an easement that allows that to happen.
Okay, now that answered a lot of questions. Why isn't it being plotted?
They're not required to for the process.
Who is it? Who is who?
There's greenery.
The
Yeah,
green.
OP Greenery, which is Onyx and East.
So, I know I don't want to put you on the spot, but can we accept the easement and not accept liability?
This would be a cross-access agreement,
It's a shared use path easement.
and it would be a public path, right?
I'm sorry, it's a what?
Public path.
It's a public path.
But it should not be in the right of way.
It isn't in the right of way, is my understanding.
It is not in the public right of way. It's on private property, and in order for the public to be able to use it, it needs to be in an easement.
Because normally it'd be done in the platting process.
Which would have
right,
an easement.
Yes.
There would be an easement on the plat, but it doesn't come directly to you as a, hey, come look at this shared use path easement.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's just kind of a different process to get
Yeah.
to the same result. And there is some documentation that was presented on, like, with who has the rights to do what and who's responsible for what.
Sent by you on Friday?
It was
Or
sent
sent
on
by Doug?
Friday.
Sent by Doug or you?
It was somebody else.
Doug sent it first, then Mike resent
Yeah.
it
Because-
on Saturday.
I did not receive it. I don't know if you got it. but-
I think it was sent to Claudia.
And so normally it's not
From
something
our
that we would
office.
worry about, but this is an interesting.
It's different process.
So, because when the platting is done, we don't take a liability because they're just really granting it. But here they're granting it to us, the township. And so what I don't want us to do is to assume liability, whether that's in repair, whether that's, personal injury, what other liabilities are there? Snow plowing, all those kinds of things.
So to answer the question, afterwards I can get copies of whatever the documents are, and then she'll be able to answer the question. Because it sounds like liability usually depends on who has maintenance obligations, and I don't know with this arrangement who has maintenance obligations.
The property owners. The document that was written up says that, basically that I always get granted, the grantors will continue to maintain at their discretion. You should probably read the documents before anything happens. I'm just here to,
Well,
If we thought we were ready,
reasonably,
we're not.
the grantor shall reasonably maintain at sole discretion the easement area. So the grant of non-exclusive public use easement.
Could I make a comment too?
Please.
I think this gets much more complicated because this is along Shanahan Road. Shanahan Road has a lot of major work planned for it. And at the end of the conclusion of that major work, I believe it turns into a county road. At least that's what everybody keeps telling me. So does this easement then revert to the county? Or how does that,
Oh.
or do we get an easement on a trail that's on a road that is county?
Well, but it's not in the road. But will it become in the new road right away?
no,
It won't. So you know
No.
that. Have you seen the plans to Shanahan?
no. I have alternative evaluations to review. So I have like 5 different options of what it could possibly look like. And to be honest, I haven't opened the document to really delve into it yet. But we're in process of reviewing that.
So the alternate evaluations are alternates that the county has put out
No, it's alternates that our consultant provided us to say, if you did it this way, this is what would happen. If you do it this way, this is what would happen.
Okay.
So we can evaluate and decide which one
And
has the least amount of impacts, the best improvement plan.
so you may or may not have been privy to this, but my view has been, and I shared it with the board, but it's my view, and the board may or may not choose to go with my view, is that as long as the county puts in writing what it is that it takes for the county to take Shanahan Road, then, okay, I won't really fight what the county does unless it's expensive, that we have to pay for. Alternatively, if it is not clear that the county will take it over in a reasonable way, and that might depend on what happens at the grade separation or not grade separation, which I think now is really a not grade separation at the railroad.
Oh, okay.
An overpass.
Yeah, I know.
Which,
Farther off.
Evans Farms, yeah, but that's where I know that's gonna be a sticking point with the county, and I don't know. I wanna make sure we don't have a sticking point. So, my, statement has been that if there's any possibility that it does not become a county road, that I would not vote for a non-curb. No, I would not vote for a curb and gutter.
Yeah.
There had to be an open ditch as it is now.
Okay.
And that's not what the plan was. And if it comes.
I have all versions. I have curb and gutter, I have open ditch. I really,
Okay.
I can't tell you what it's gonna be because I don't.
Well, what we have also communicated to the county already is if we are to maintain this road, then we have a much stronger opinion as a board than if we are to concede this road once it gets developed. So this agreement, I saw your update, thank you for sending that along. So, Mrs. Jenkins has been sending out the updates to Orange, to us, which I then forwarded along, related to this agreement, because this agreement is gonna be important for anything for us to continue on, because if we have the agreement in place,
The Shanahan agreement.
yes, we have the agreement in place for Shanahan and then that portion of Pyatt and then Hollenbach. If we have that in place for the county to assume that control, then that very much so shifts our emphasis and focus of what we're gonna have for the improvements in all those areas,
Yes,
right?
because if you're going to take it over, it's your road. I don't really have a strong opinion, but if not, I intend to ask the board to invoke when the county engineer, because the county engineer has to make the plans, but the statute says if we don't like it, we can ask for alternate plans. So you may spend a few $100,000 or more, and then we'll say, And now we can't say what it shall be, but we can say,
Okay.
because only the county engineer can say what it will be if it's changed.
Although we can bypass all of that with one simple agreement.
Well, my understanding, and I've not written that agreement, but I have seen a draft of it, and I don't know that it's ready to be shared yet.
Okay, but it's in the works.
It's in the works for us to present an agreement that would have us take over Shanahan and whatever it is.
Shanahan, Pyatt, Hollenbach.
Yeah, that's when,
Once the improvements are complete, right?
correct.
Right, and that's all
it has-
reasonable.
That's
And it has the funding expectations from everybody outlined in it as
Right.
well.
And that's all reasonable.
And it was actually a pretty short agreement, I was amazed.
But what I don't want is to have something that's out of all of our control, railroad, that
Right.
could become a sticking point. So if that has the ability, you'll know that we got a real major problem.
Okay.
But
And I will say that's the one part that I only know Shanahan up to North Road, and then after that,
Well,
I'm
and
not
see-
involved with what's happening,
and
so
and
I
that
can't-
concerns me a
I
great
can't
deal,
address it.
because from North Road on is where the problems are going to be.
Correct. And I can ask questions, but I don't know the answers to that.
But,
right
but
now.
we need to have those answers before you spend a lot of money, because, I mean, my goal is not to cause the county trouble. My goal is to keep the township from having trouble.
Okay,
So if there has to be trouble, it's not ours.
understood.
So with regards to the easement on Shanahan,
It sounds like if we can get rid of the liability, we can keep the trail under our auspices.
Yeah.
Without sending it over to the county. But if it goes into the road right away, then I'm not interested in it.
Right now, it's not, right?
It is not, it's
In
parallel to the
any
right
of
of
the
way.
ordinance.
If we can we have like because I just see the language, which is fine, I can forward that. to
There
Mr.
will be,
Stucco.
we don't have the updates, the problem is we don't have the updated drawing documents to show
Yeah.
what it is, which is why this all became, we were first discussing putting this on your agenda, it all made sense, it was all gonna work out, and it did it on timing, so,
Not a problem. Well, we'll meet again on July 10th. And
Okay.
so if we could get the drawings sooner than later, then we can forward that along with the language to
Right.
Mr. Stucco for consideration.
and we've told the developer that, we need this for you guys to finish
Yeah,
what's going on, so I mean, it's out of our hands as well, we're
right.
poking and waiting for information just as much. so.
But timing is a little bit important on all of these issues because is not the county going to ask for OPWC money for this?
For Shanahan,
Mhm.
I don't think the county is asking for money for that. I thought it was gonna be one of the townships or both
Okay.
We can consider
townships.
that.
Yeah, because I do want to do it.
Those won't be due till October, or even, I mean, maybe the next year after that, because we're not.
Well, okay, but we have to apply a year ahead.
Right,
and
but I'm
the
still
cons-
thinking,
Construction is when?
what year is it now, 23, 25 or 26?
Yeah, I thought it said
I think it was
25.
At the
Initially, but
earliest,
maybe it was. Maybe
I think it's fall of 25 at the earliest, maybe 26. I have to,
For Shanahan?
for
Yeah,
Shanahan.
yeah, I thought it was fall of 25 last time, that
Oh,
document that we had.
So there'll be time before we get to the OWC applications.
Okay, the OPWC application's gotta go in pretty quickly because of the timeframe on the OPWC application for looking at that. Because the 24 applications are all going in right now.
Right,
That are due by November, but then we got till November of next year to have applied for the 25 applications for the OPWC grant. So we would have to do that next year in order to have for a
correct,
25 construction time.
correct.
Okay, just
I
to
think
make sure
our-
we got that straight.
I'm trying to think through, my design schedule is to have plans approved by the end of 24, or fall of 24, and then we would use 25 for utility locations and right-of-way acquisition. So I think construction is spring of 26.
And I think it would require coordination with Orange to do both.
Oh, yeah.
Both of those in
But I would
25.
like, we can do both a grant and a loan in the same application, can't we?
Yes,
Because I would like to do both.
you can do both, you can do either.
Yeah, I would like to do both.
Mhm.
Because if we do receive any TIF money from Greenery, that would facilitate paying off the loan.
Because it's best if we have some matching funds to go with it.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
So thank you for the update. Is there anything
Can
else?
can I ask another question? I saw the meets and bounds description, didn't see a drawing of it. And I believe the north side of the road there has a heavy utility easement. Is this north of that utility easement, or are this path under the over the utility easement, or what's going on there? I mean, I wasn't able to tell from that description what was happening.
I think it might be under the electric easement, but I'm not sure, because I don't have all the right drawings.
Okay. Well, let's get the drawings in,
Right.
let's get all the information in, and
And then we'll send what we've got, and I can come back.
final thoughts.
I have some thoughts, not final. So is there a multi-use path on the orange side?
Yes, envisaged.
The way that the Shanahan improvements are looking to shake out would be to have the path on the south side as a part of that project.
And so would we be facilitating paying for that?
No,
It would be strictly paid for by Orange.
yes.
Okay, then I don't care. Can I ask two ancillary questions now for this?
Sure, briefly, yes.
One is that we were asked questions about road signs and whether we wanted all caps or cap and then
The little
Lowercase.
one, okay?
did the county change what they were doing? Because it seemed like the county was always all caps and then it isn't anymore. Because I'd kind of like to follow along with what the county is doing. Can you find out and let us know?
I will find out. I think we use big and then small letters,
Because I would like to.
but I don't.
I would like to
know.
follow what the county's doing.
Reed Parkway, for example, had the capital and the lower.
So, also ancillary, are you familiar at all with the Cheshire Road?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and with your expertise of having been a utility,
Yes.
the head of the utilities.
We don't talk about that anymore.
I
Carry on.
do. I thought you did a super job.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not understanding these easements.
Okay,
So the easement that, well, okay, so the county's actually asking for taking what is a road right of way, and changing it to a, I'll call it in fee simple. Is that accurate?
I think so.
Okay, why? Because when I was county commissioner, they did not want fee simple.
I don't know if I can say exactly why we're doing it one way or another, other than sometimes it's more advantageous for all of it to belong to the county versus having it in an easement, but I can see sometimes an easement's better. So we don't have a strict rule, we shall do it this way for each road.
Okay.
It kind of changes.
So, that's messing with me and Delco Water, because I'm not seeing eye to eye.
Okay,
So they're wanting a new easement from us.
okay,
And what I said was, well, let's do what kind of easement that we currently have. And they said, oh, yes, yes, yes. But when the paperwork came out, it's, oh, no, no, it's not what we currently have. So, and it has to do with sewer. Before, you didn't have to have space around the water for sewer, but now they're wanting that.
okay. That was always a rule, but okay.
But it wasn't in the easement.
No,
And so what I'm also understanding is that the distance from the water from the sewer is spatial. It's not forever down. It's so far from the water line, it's not from,
it's generally from pipe to pipe. It's 10-foot separation from pipe to pipe.
so it can go under 10
Horizontally.
feet or whatever.
Horizontally, it's 10 feet. You can still do like a crossing and have it be a foot and a half different, as long as they're not running in the same direction and it's a perpendicular cross.
Okay,
That's the general standard. I mean, it's not, that's the general standard of how it gets
okay.
done.
So now the county is offering the township a certain amount of money for the new easement, but not for changing the easement to a fee simple. At least the document I saw, it had a dollar amount of zero, which I'd
We are
rather,
asking for it as a donation, by the way, but
well, that ain't happening, you know.
okay. We are asking for it as a donation. We put a dollar amount on it so you would know how much it was. And there is no difference between the cost for the fee simple versus a standard highway easement.
So we don't want to change it because if it's ever vacated, and roads do get vacated, it would come back to us. And if it's in fee simple, it wouldn't come back to us. So there's no reason for us to want to do that.
Okay.
So we're
We
not
can
gonna,
change it to
to keep it the way it is.
Yeah, we can change it to
Okay,
standard.
because the way I understood it, and it is causing me grief, is because when it went to fee simple, then we lost our easement, like for our culvert. the whole cemetery is drained underneath. And we don't want to lose that. And when I read it, it's in legalese, can't totally understand it, but it sounded to me like we lost that right for that culvert, that you could wipe it out.
Okay.
And that's problematic.
Well,
Now, also.
it's not our intention to wipe out the water, you know that.
Yeah. But it's what's written that we have to go by and not intention. Okay, and so also, so because you're moving the easement area, or the road right away, that's causing Delco to want a new easement. So who pays for that new easement? Is it the county? Because the county is taking what the,
Delco generally has their own independent easements already.
yeah, but they're wanting to give us zero also. And that ain't
Okay,
our-
so wait, so if we're making them move because we're now taking over their easement, then yes, we usually pay them back for the cost of the water line to move, but not the easements.
Yeah, but that's not happening, because why would we give land away for free?
Because you want Cheshire Road wider?
You want Cheshire
I
Road
know.
wider. A lot of the residents don't. The travelers do, and we get the same thing, you know, we do
Right.
roads.
You roads too.
We're just on the other side of it.
Okay.
Of the lawsuit.
Lawsuit.
Well, you'll probably do a quick take and then we'll have to go to county.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't have to get to a lawsuit part of that. We can agree to something before that. Okay.
Okay. So you'll talk to Delco? Or should, because I chatted with a guy from Delco and he started quoting administrative code. And so I said, well, we need our attorney to talk to you all. And
Okay.
then he said, well, he can call him. And I said, no, you're representative, right? And he said, yes. And I said, so only our attorney can only talk to your attorney. He can't talk to you.
Who were you speaking to?
Phil Buds,
Yes.
Delco Water.
Okay, I did not know him. I can talk to our utility coordinator who coordinates with Delco for us, and that's his
But
best.
part of the issue too was, he says, this is what we're gonna do. And I said, oh, that doesn't sound so bad. You know, maybe we can come to agreement. And I said, but I want that in writing. And he said, oh, no, because we might do what we want, which would take it into the parking lot and take out the flag.
Okay. I will say that negotiation needs to be between Delco Water and the township for whatever Delco needs as an easement.
Okay, it's
We're
the
not-
temporary.
But
And
if the
so-
county takes over the portion of the easement that,
You're gonna have to pay, so they can agree to $100,000 and you'll pay them,
No, we pay for the cost of moving the water.
but you're gonna have to pay for the easement, right? Because,
I don't think we pay for that, but I'll double check.
because they don't need the easement unless you take the easement they already have.
Yeah, I know. I don't think we pay for the easement part, but that may be, I don't ever see those invoices, so I will have to ask others in my office.
So if you get involved, it's gonna be more difficult because then the prosecutor's gonna represent you and us. But if we're on the same side,
We
it'll
need
just
to
be the
find out.
prosecutor against Delco.
Well, I prefer the county's not involved with you, township, negotiating with Delco Water.
Okay.
I mean, yes, it's our project that's causing you to have that negotiation, but
you would be involved insofar as you would be taking over a portion of that and paying for the cost of the water to move.
yes. And I need to check if it's whether the easement that we pay for or just the improvements, because I don't know the answer to that. Okay.
I knew you wouldn't be happy with me today.
It's okay, I missed those days, so it's all right.
I do too, and we always do well, thank you.
Yes, okay, so have I answered everything I can on
Yes,
Shared
and
use
the action
packages.
items are to get drawings, whoever, to get us the drawings for the
The shared
easement,
use
for Shanahan easement,
Okay,
so that we can get it to, with ample time for our
Right.
council to look at it and consider it too. So
Okay.
our next meeting is July 10th, and the sooner the better, but I would say a couple weeks turnaround. should work just fine for us to have consideration on that matter at that time. And then also related to the widening, the answer is specific right now to the cost of the easement and the cost for the easement and the payment for the water. And that helps guide, I think, some of our conversations with Geico at this time.
But I think the thing that you're gonna have the hardest time dealing with maybe is that culvert, because it drains the whole cemetery. I mean, it'll turn into a swamp if that.
But it's nice that your intention is not to take that over, so
No,
we need
we're
the
actually-
language.
We have accounted for that water in our drainage design so that we know that it's coming towards us and it'll keep going where it's supposed to go.
Cause it's
Oh, yeah, I know, it's all.
subsurface.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
And there's some mystery to where it is, I think, for some people, but others know where it is, so.
We know where it's
And I think we have a general idea of where it's at, but once we dig it up, we'll find it, and we'll take care of it for sure, so, yeah. Okay, so
Okay,
shared use easements, Delco funding for easements, and finding out what's going on with the Shanahan agreement.
that'd be great.
Got it.
Thank you so much. I
Sure.
really appreciate your time.
No problem, thanks for having me here.
Thank you. Okay, so, we're running just ever so slightly, behind schedule. So at this time, I'm going to, go to our date and time, certain of, 5:45 for the Pyatt Road commercial portion, that's BZC case 23-002. Call the meeting to order. And without objection, just like the prior time together, very brief presentation on any updates on the project, followed by a portion of public comment, those in favor, those against, and then continual conversation with the board. So,
Well, good evening, I'm Todd Ferris, Planning and Design, 4876 Cemetery Road. Since our last meeting, Chandra, the client of CBS, has been meeting with different prospective tenants for the commercial, so we can get an idea of square footages and parking requirements for those various ones. So what we give you is realistic, right? So we don't just throw a number out. So he's been putting that together. I know internally, we've been looking at the architectural requirements and the architectural concepts, how we apply what the school looks like to what we're going to do on the buildings, again, in a realistic manner to do that. The one thing that I don't have a real handle on, and Chandra can address that specifically, is moving forward with the deed restriction. I know personally, I had a question of if we move forward with that, when, so we get it correctly in a filing, when would that deed restriction need to be put in place so everybody's comfortable? Is that prior to any zoning permit or occupancy permit or whatever, because we don't want to cover the property if you don't get the zoning, blah, blah, you know, all that fun stuff. So that's a question. I think if there is any direction or any thought on your side, that would make sense. But if I remember correctly, we were talking about deed restricting that parcel to daycare use, and a doctor's use, or a dentist's type of use. And those were the only three uses we were looking at. If that's correct. And we would just be applying for the daycare use with this. Right. But that would allow that, and then any deed restriction would have you guys as a, for lack of a better word, as a party that would have to concede to whatever. Chandra, have you had any conversations with your attorneys on that deed restriction, other than, I know you guys seem like you were willing to do that?
Yeah.
So
It's just hard at this point to kind of come up with a deed restriction because it's not been zoned yet. And there were questions on, hey, who's gonna uphold the deed? Right? Is it the responsibility of the HOA, or is it the responsibility of the board? So it's just, once we get a little bit more clarity on zoning, I think we can work with the attorneys to put the deed
restriction in place. Can we ask the prosecutor's office? For clarification, because he's asking me again.
Because when and who's involved is the two questions.
Yeah.
So we can get that right in the zoning text. I mean, so, but it sounds like the trustees, obviously, or we could just say it's the township. And then, obviously, I guess it's the homeowners association. They'd be the ones that would be impacted. It wouldn't be the owner of that retail parcel.
Mr. Stucco, curious about your insights on this. The situation is a zoning request to restrict the zoning in that area to a certain type of business. And one of the, I think, more creative ways of resolving that would be to create a deed restriction, which a deed restriction would be with the property owner directly. But the question that they have is who would be responsible for enforcing that is the primary question that you guys are seeking answers to. And whether it would be the HOA or the township. And what right, the question really is what standing can the township have within a deed restriction?
So can I give you a little more background?
Please.
So the situation is that the comprehensive land use plan does not envision this area as being commercial. And the applicant has indicated that they would like to have it as a daycare, which is commercial use. And the board explored the problems with making it commercial, even though the board might be inclined to do daycare, because daycare is a needed item in the area. But the board did not want to make it zoned that way, commercial, and have it turn into like a gas station. So if it would meet the, if it complied with the zoning of commercial without any variances or deviations, then we would have to approve that. And I was adamantly opposed to that. And so a solution that we came up with potentially is to make it so that it gets the zoning for commercial, so it allows the daycare use, but the way to restrict it to daycare and then possibly also if they came back with a different plan to a doctor's office or a dentist's office, because if daycare, for some reason, they don't get the staffing or whatever, you don't want an empty building, so you want to have something there. But we don't want to turn it into a gas station or anything else. So that's the solution we came up with potentially. And so what I'm asking you, and maybe the board, is how do we make so that there can be a deed restriction that we can enforce so that it is limited to only daycare and or doctor's dentist's office if a new plan came forward?
To answer the question, I'd say two things. One, it's a bit of a matter of first impression for me, this specific question. Two, I can get in touch with your zoning department and get copies of records to see what's being contemplated also in terms of any planning issues. So to answer the question, I can't give you an answer here this evening. I have to research the issue.
Okay.
But I'll be in touch with your planning department to get copies of the paperwork that exists right now.
Okay.
And then we can get an answer, an opinion to you.
So can it be done, can it be restricted in the plat without having to go to a deed restriction?
This particular restriction I've not heard of before. There are restrictions that are placed in plats for certain lots in terms of the non-buildable lots.
Okay.
But in terms of the legal issue, I have to research the legal issue.
One other idea, just throwing it out there, that I was thinking through recently was because we're going to be revisiting our comprehensive land use plan and our zoning text, maybe we could write into that area and that specific, just those three NAICS code uses for that area and what we do for the comprehensive land use plan as well as the zoning text.
I don't think that works but a way that you could work that is to have a new zoning district that has only doctors, daycare, and zone it that. Mr. Stucker, because they're the applicant and they're asking for a zoning change through this process, is it possible that they could create a zoning district that they ask us to approve, a new zoning district?
You can create a new district, if it's a PUD, it could be a 519.02.1, I believe, B is the subsection where it could be created that way as a PUD. I'm not sure what the specifics are in this particular matter, and obviously we don't provide them anything to look at there.
Right.
But I'm writing it all down anyway.
So,
Well, I
because,
think because that would be interesting.
because that way they could not restrict themselves forever, that that's the only thing that, for the life of the land forever.
Right.
But we would not put ourselves into a problem of saying, yeah, you can have the gas station.
Well, yeah, I mean, thinking through what kind of district that would be, maybe it's something like, community service education district, right?
You could call it anything, but
We can call it
limit to those three
anything, but
things.
limit it to those three things, or maybe we think through, what are some other things that would fall within that genre that are really important and necessary items within our township. And we could look at other specific areas too for that. Like, for example, 23
Oh, you
area
mean other areas that
would,
have that
yeah,
specific?
that could
okay.
apply
I
this,
thought
so
you
that
meant-
we can maximize the use where we're not creating a zoning district for one parcel in one area of our township, but we're looking at our township and we're saying, we have all these new schools coming up and all these children coming in, and how could we maybe take this same concept and apply it over here and over here and over here?
Right, but I think that they could make that application for just a specific thing, and then we
Right.
could apply it in the
That's right.
comprehensive land use plan
That's
in
right.
other areas, so
That's
it's
right.
not just specific.
That could
things.
help, that could get us around it, I think, as well, right?
So I'm trying to help you without,
Sure.
without
Yeah.
encumbering us with problems.
We'll give it our best college shot and see what everybody thinks, because that's all we can do at this point. And bring, because we still haven't had the hearing, right? So well, I guess we've had the initial, but,
We're in the hearing right now for
But
this.
he's talking about the residential part, is that what you're
Oh, the residential, yeah, okay.
yeah, well, right now we're in the commercial portion.
Yeah.
And we were just gonna do a quick update. So that's kind of where we're at. So those were the questions I had. I think we're still moving forward there. There's a lot of good legal minds in here. I see another one that I could probably bug a little bit too. But, we'll
So the two pathways, just to be clear, are figuring out the deed restriction for this parcel specifically in which the township can have standing, right?
Yeah.
Or figuring out the potential for creating a new zoning district, if you will.
Yeah.
That then we could adopt at that time, and then we could take that, we could absorb it, and then we could also potentially apply it to other things, so it could be beneficial in other ways, but that's beyond the scope of this particular case.
Right.
But for you all, it would be something that is rather novel and unique and allows you to have those options without the deed restriction while still giving us the power around the zoning to limit it to only these specific uses. Because really with the
In
three
that
schools,
district.
yeah, with the three schools and the residential that's around that, it's absolutely not fitting to have a gas station there. And I understand that's not you guys' intention, but
So
we need to figure out a way to
what
restrict.
we're, I think, trying to do is a planned unit development
Yeah,
that's horizontal, not vertical. Normally, you've got the businesses on the first floor and condos and stuff on the second, third floor. Well, what we're asking to do is to have the businesses be located here and put the houses over here. And we need to be careful, because I think that's what we're creating, is a PUD that is horizontal rather than vertical. And
Except for they're two different cases, and so I'm not as worried because they're segregated and because because it's not mixed, but I do understand the point.
And my point is if you take another development that would be a little larger, a little different place, something like South Township. There's nothing that says that this wouldn't make sense to do the same thing in that particular district. And we need to kind of be careful of what the businesses are that we allow in that PUD. Okay. It sounds to me like it's what we want to do. I want to make sure that.
Well, that, or, I mean, I think a quicker route would be if we could figure out how the township has standing within the deed restrictions for this particular case. But I actually like the idea of having something like that generated for our comp land use plan updates and our zoning text, whether that's as a result of this case or not. That's something we should certainly explore and make certain that we're conscientious about.
Sure.
The horizontal PUD.
And those businesses should be very localized community businesses.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm
Specific to the need of the area.
specific to the need of the area. Yeah. Anything else?
Well, yes, I don't want to open up a whole can of worms, but it also needs to comply with federal law in the way that you have, it has to be taken in also in totality of the.
Okay, and something else that we did, Mr. Ferris and I met with the, Rob Riley and Mike Love of the Delaware County Engineer's Office. I'm sorry, the lady's name escapes me that was with us from your group, but we're all there together. And we thought that we came out with what seems like a relatively good solution for the mailboxes.
Well, that's for our next.
Well, but the problem, but the problem is.
It's all tied together.
Yes, it is located in the commercial.
Oh, it's located in the commercial.
Yeah, what we came up with was to put the mailboxes in the commercial section right next to the parking lot, which is a much wider street, 36 foot.
Correct, 36 foot.
36 foot, and shortly later it narrows down, next down, once you get past the commercial section. And then the people could use the parking lot if they really wanted to, park and get out and do their thing and come. But the other thing is the street's wide enough that you could park on the street, feel comfortable getting out
Right.
and going to the mailbox.
So there, I like the solution a great deal.
Mhm.
My only concern is if we don't approve the commercial, what happens then?
We'll go back to the drawing board and try to figure out something.
Yeah,
But it would
they're-
still be on that lot, which would still be FR1. So.
Right.
It would remain FR1 if you don't approve the zoning, but
That's
it
true.
still happen on that lot.
But would we have the handicap parking and all that?
The handicap parking is actually on the street already. It is there. We have the accessibility route, we have the crosswalk for the county, and we also have signage that has a reserved spot for 5 minutes. As I said, it's not really enforceable, but it's better than nothing. So it's, and this is their soon to do, I guess. new standard.
So what's not enforceable?
They are recommending that we have approved maybe the county engineer, that there's a sign that says 5 minute parking, limit 5 minute parking. Who's gonna patrol it, who's gonna enforce it? But you know what I'm saying?
I do, I get it.
Okay. So is there anything else on this matter at this time related to the commercial BZC 23-002?
No, other than
Do you
that,
have sufficient direction to move forward?
I believe we do. Yeah.
Okay, and do you want to set a date, time, place certain for the continuance of this hearing?
I think we probably should.
Okay, if there's no public comment related to this, okay, close out the public comment, and we'll set the, to recess and continue this hearing, do you want July 10th?
Do you want July 10th? Okay.
Or would you like to have it longer? The next time would be August.
Are we asking to come back from the,
Let me guess, July.
so we have to create a separate zoning district?
We have to decide what we want.
You guys will propose a solution at that time?
Let's do August.
August.
Yes, instead of July 10th because of the question, and I just.
Yeah.
So it'll be August 14th. Do we have anything scheduled at that time?
And you would want the materials 2 weeks before that?
Well, if you're proposing a new district, we need to really,
I'm gonna try not to do that. I'm gonna make this, but if there's stuff, I will let you know somehow. I'll smooth it.
You can also work through, our zoning inspector, Jake, if you are proposing a new district to.
because if it's a new district, I would like Jake to forward it on to the Delaware County Regional Planning, not for the meeting, but for general
Yeah,
comments
yeah.
and then.
Okay.
Because that has some,
Other
Thanks.
implications for us.
yes, it has other implications because you need to make sure that that works. I like the solution,
Me too.
but I want it to work and not cause more problems.
I think it's an elegant solution for this kind of parcel, and I can envision other kinds of parcels for which it would be a very good solution for as well. So it definitely is worth the effort, maybe not on you all's part, but on our part, to allow that to be more expansive than what currently may be some residential areas at the edges of our township. So
I think it will help solve a lot of those issues for you guys in the future as things come up.
yeah, I agree.
Really do.
So I have no
August
problem with you working on
Good.
Yeah.
It's not that easement. You paid
Move to-
for it, right?
Move to recess and continue the hearing of BZC case 23-002 to date, time, place certain of August 14th at 6 PM at 3271 Cheshire Road, Delaware, Ohio 43015.
I second.
At the applicant's request.
The applicant's request. Thank you. Friendly amendment. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Please call roll.
Real,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to date and time certain of Pyatt Road BZC case 23-001. Hereby call the meeting to order. Again, without objection, we will have a brief update from the applicant, followed by public comment, those in favor of and those in favor against, and provide continual conversation and comments from the board. Objection, so ordered.
This is who we met with the woman at, and she'll do the presentation.
Okay.
Since she put together the nice synopsis for you guys.
Yes. Okay. I only know one, so.
No. I think we're okay.
Okay, my name is Anna Fergus, with Ferris Planning and Design. And I was just gonna run through the list of changes we made since we saw you last month. We met with the Delaware County engineer, and came up with a solution for our mail, where it would be moved onto the commercial property, and the road would be widened to 36 feet until about the end.
Guys, one point.
It would be 36 feet from the entry all the way to about where this commercial lot ends, and then would taper down to 27 for the rest of the way. Which would give us the option to have parking on both sides of the road. So it would alleviate some of the concerns about parking for that area.
And where exactly are the mailboxes?
Sorry. The mailboxes would be right here. They would be centered on this line between lots 2 and 3.
So where would the fire hydrants be on
The fire hydrants are on the south side, I believe. And the county engineer said as long as if the road is wide enough, it doesn't create as much of an issue when there's parking on both sides. It just can't be the one side of the road and then have hydrants and parking along that same side, if that makes sense.
the? So, that means the parking is to the north side of the 27-foot width area.
Yes, it will be on the opposite side, once it tapers down to 27.
And that's the width of the current road that it's meeting up with?
It should be, yes, yeah. Let's let's see, they also provided us with a draft of what soon will be, what they believe they're gonna be doing as their, CBU unit. We attached it as exhibit 4, or not 4, exhibit D4 in our packet that we submitted. And I'll keep moving through and let's see, the tree species, we came up with a list of, we had it at the very end, attached as an appendix to our development text. A lot of these things are within the development text. So there was language added that the HOA will maintain the access to our CBUs, like seasonal maintenance. Again, the language was added so that the HOA would be turned over to the homeowners once 17 lots have received their final occupancy permits. The minimum tree sizes were established in the development text as well. And we added language that said that all of the plants currently shown on our plan would be the minimum amount that would be shown on the final development plan. We tried to restated the language for the street tree locations to try and make that a little bit less confusing. To say that they're gonna be on the outside of the sidewalk towards the lots and not within the right of ways. Let's see. We included the language that we previously used stating that all of our usable open space will be maintained. Otherwise, the plan must come back in front of you. Designated that the path along Hyatt Road is gonna be multi-use path. We have an additional, we got an updated fire letter from the Township Fire Department.
Quick question.
Yes.
Going back to that, if any open space that's currently planned you'll come back. Did the county say that there might be a potential of having a pond where currently that gazebo and tot lot are located, or did they?
They did not.
Okay.
I'm not sure if.
Because that was the primary concern with that language was, well, if they end up having to do a retention or detention pond there, you guys are committing to have those same amenities go somewhere else. The hope is that it's not necessary, and I was just curious, since you met with the county, if there was any discussion about that potentially changing that location.
No.
Because I think it's a great location.
Yeah, they've seen this plan. This is actually what they gave their first letter on, was that pond there, so they changed their stance on that.
Okay, very good.
And besides that, we also added the crosswalk to our plans, shown on the south side of our entry, across Hyatt. And I believe that's the extent of our revisions.
Okay, questions, comments from the board?
The getting across Hyatt Road there to the school is something that needs to be addressed, because there's gonna be a need for that. For the middle school, the high school, elementary school, somehow.
Yeah, when I spoke to Mike Love about that crossing, he said that's part of the final development plan approval. When that comes through, there might be a need for RRFB, rapid response flashing beacon. That's the hit thing, the lights flash. You will not know that till the final engineering is complete. So he said, just like your client, no, they're letting you know that could end up being on your tab, but he does not know that yet. He cannot commit to it.
I understand that, just, it needs to be coordinated with the school.
Yeah, that's for both sides. It happens on both sides of the street in the right way.
I don't know whether it would go north or south of that, exit coming out of
Well,
the middle school.
as far as where the beacon is, the beacon would be at the location of the crosswalk. That just when somebody activates it, it just flashes. And he doesn't know if it's gonna happen yet. He gave me all the scenarios, but the chances are probably yes.
Yeah.
Just like the one in Orange.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else, Trustee Bolt?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is that the crosswalk will happen, whether it has the others is really not our concern. As long as the crosswalk happens and you meet the county standards, you have to do what the county.
Correct, otherwise he won't sign the plans and I can build a road.
Yeah, we all know how Chris is. Okay, so this is related to something that we talked about, but not specifically something that we asked you to come back with. But there were a commitment for 5 side load garages, correct?
7, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It's pretty
we have
crazy.
in the text already, we have 5.
So, but we didn't really talk about the other garages so much. And we usually have that discussion about not having snout houses. I don't remember in the text that they're not allowed.
Well, and didn't we also have specific language previously, something to the effect of the garages do not come out further
That's the
than,
snout house.
yeah, further
So-
than 4 feet beyond.
Well, it depended on the porch.
Yeah,
So what language do you have on that?
We do not state anything explicitly about the snout houses. It's purely about the side loaded garage.
So we really need something there. Do you have something canned?
We do have one that you've approved in the past on several other ones where it does relate to the porch. And it's a dimension, I think it is 4 feet.
I think it is.
It's no farther than 4 feet in front of the porch. We could put that exact language into the text.
There was
It was,
Trustee Bullard, you actually wordsmithed that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I got time writing this.
Do you remember exactly how it was? Because
it
it was related to the porch, but it was also related to the facade, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in the. I don't remember. I remember the topic, I remember the discussion, because what we're not interested in is the garage moving back and forward.
Right, and we gave there is a definition of a snout house, and it is how much farther it projects forward.
What we were saying was it should be of the front door, not of the front of the house, because you could put a porch across through there. You can do all kinds of things that would allow you to move the garage out so that, if you got a big enough porch, but if your door is in the, back of the porch, then you go so many feet front to back of the doorway.
So was it 4 feet from the facade if the porch was at least that large?
that's what it was.
So it's
That's
not
what it
4
was.
feet from the porch, it's 4 feet from the facade, but only if the porch is at least 4 feet from
Yes.
the facade.
That's what it was.
Yeah, and I think that's the language we use that on Burley Bluffs and off Meadows.
And it seems to be working.
Is it Mog or Maeve?
Great question.
Maeve, it's Maeve.
I think it's Maeve. Isn't it named after a relative or something?
I had no clue where that came from. Probably somebody's kid.
Okay, and then also in the garage door, it sounds a little plain. Didn't we also have language about architectural, there was a nuance to that type of door?
We have said that in the past that they are paneled, which gives you the relief. And may or may not contain architectural windows, because some people don't want those. But we can address that, saying that they're paneled and have windows.
I'm not so, I don't want to cause you too much grief. I just want it to look pretty.
Well, no, that usually does it. That, I mean, otherwise, technically, I suppose you could get the garage doors that are just textured, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't think they would do that. No, I mean, nobody really want that. But,
Right, but,
if we don't
You
have
never
it in the
know.
code, somebody can do it.
right, and if you were to flip it, because we've had many people here very well intentioned and then they got in a financial situation, had to flip it. and that's their right. So, we just need to have in there that, so do you have language for the panel doors that are?
We don't have it in there currently, but we can add it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It probably costs more to have just flat now, because they don't make it. Special order, but no, we can add the panel doors into the snout house language.
I seem to recall us refining it a bit when we did Berlin Farms West with that facade and
I get
that.
them confused, but yes.
Okay.
What's wrong?
Okay. So we have two language updates, the garages and the panels on the garages. Garages so as to prevent snout houses, and paneling to provide aesthetically pleasing panels to the garage. And I'm fairly certain we have that in some of our meeting minutes somewhere, right?
So if you want to take some time and do that, because I don't see a real reason to delay it tonight, do you, over that?
No.
So if you can take some time and reword it, we could recess and come back to you so that you don't have to, because generally speaking, you did a pretty good job.
Okay, we can do that.
I'm speaking for myself. That's all I have.
So yeah, I appreciate you all working with the residents before us. I think the design makes a lot of sense for that area. Like I said before, when our comp plan came up for this area, it also did not have at that time a high school or a middle school or the kinds of needs that we now have for that area related to housing, related to different kinds of things that we have going on in that area. So I think we did a nice job integrating with the various neighborhoods and the design to meet accessibility requirements and make this a really nice neighborhood for families in the township. Did you have anything else, anybody from the board? Okay, do you want to recess and continue this at like 8 p.m. or something like that tonight so that you have time to get the language squared away
Sure.
before? So that's your request?
Yeah,
Okay.
my request.
All right. Is there any public comment related to this case concerning for or against at this time? All right, then hearing none, we'll pass my agenda here. Move to recess and continue BZC case 23-001, daytime place certain of 8 p.m. on 6/12 at 3271 Cheshire Road. At the applicant's request.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Now adjourn the meeting and we will move in,
Not adjourned.
adjourn the hearing,
Well, it's recessed.
recess. So we'll hear that in a little bit and we will, do you want to take a 5-minute recess?
So we can set up that.
Yeah. Without objection, we'll have a 5-minute recess. So we're-
How are you? Hey, Ron, how are you?
Hey, buddy, how you been?
Okay.
Ron, how are you? Good to see you.
See you.
Yeah.
Call back to order the regular meeting for the Berlin Township Trustees, June 12th, 2023. And we do have a date and time certain for 7 p.m. So I will call to order the public hearing concerning the residences at Berlin Township, case BZC number 23-003. This is a continuance from a previous hearing, and just like with prior hearings, we'll have a brief update from the applicant, followed by any public comments in favor of or against the proposal. Because this is a continuance from the prior hearing, please keep the comments limited to not being redundant, repeating things that have already been said from the prior session. And all public comments will be limited to 4 minutes, whether for or against. Without objection, that will be so ordered. All right, so why don't we begin with Mr. Sabatino providing an update on the residences of Berlin Township.
Thank you. Good evening, RJ Sabatino, TNR Properties, the applicants. Thank you again for having us this evening. I'd like to give an update. We've got 2 new documents to sort of review. I sent a letter this afternoon. I believe it's in the record. I can pass it out unless you want to pull it up for me. Good.
I'm sorry, you sent a letter this afternoon?
That's correct.
Well, obviously, we wouldn't have had time to consider any letter that was
Yeah,
sent.
well, let me pass it out to you.
Yeah, that would be better. Thank you. Thanks.
So we're all generally familiar with the project, but to kind of give another overview, I suppose, we're proud to present again, as always, this residence at Berlin Township. This is a development that will help alleviate the housing crisis that exists in Berlin and Central Ohio, as well as provide housing for not only our previously passed Berlin Industrial Overlay industrial project, but also open up hundreds of other acres in the Berlin Business Park. Since we submitted this application, there have been, frankly, thousands of apartment projects that have gone through the entitlement process, and some that are even in construction in neighboring municipalities and townships. We're here this evening hoping for a positive decision, but a decision nonetheless is what we're looking for. The project boasts substantial amenities: swimming pool, pickleball, outdoor grilling and gathering, fitness facility, an increased buffer of 350 feet from our existing neighbors, which is substantially over what would be required in the industrial overlay of 250 feet. We're also providing over 70% open space in our project. So this 2-story apartment development with beautiful cementitious and natural material siding at a relatively low density is what we're here proposing this afternoon, this evening to you. We're proud of this project. We know that it works. We've heard township concerns, we've heard neighbor concerns. We've made substantial adjustments over these past months. And we know that we can commit to all of the requests that we've heard, including 1-bedroom sizes, which was a point of contention previously, except for the following items. Number 1 being density still. The density we're proposing is still the 296 units that you previously saw, which is under 7 units to the net developable acre by the code 0.85 factor. We need the density for a variety of reasons. The primary reasons being the substantial amenities that we're providing to the community, which we can amortize and make support the project with the density that we have. This also, again, opens up the remaining hundreds of acres of the Berlin Business Park. And while that may be hard to picture, what may be easier to picture is, I suppose, financial analysis. Financial analysis of a JED, which was, in previous minutes, reflect, a trustee asked the question, do we plan on joining the JED, the Township JED? The answer is yes. What would that look like? Monica Cotters with Economic Developments provided an analysis. We have Mr. Steve Cutler here, who I'd love to introduce to really interpret the letter that I think is in the record.
Thank you, RJ. Trustees, good to see you. Steve Cutler, tax attending Hollister, 94 North Sandusky Street, Delaware, Ohio. I'll pass out a copy of this. This was an analysis. Our office does analyses for developers all over the Midwest. This specific analysis was done by the county, and it's a very robust estimate on JED revenue. Now, there's some assumptions in here. I know the JED's not finalized, but just based on what's out in the public record, what has been discussed, total JED revenue on this project is $500,000. Then you can see the various percentages at the end of the day. Berlin Township is $300,000 to the township itself, and you can see the breakdown. Now, you can see the assumptions based on each unit household income of $88,000, close to $90,000. As an individual, that represents other multifamily developers. I will tell you that number, what we're seeing in Central Ohio, what we're seeing in Delaware County, is actually higher than that average income. But this was the income that was used by the county, very conservative estimate, very robust. Again, $500,000 in JED revenue on this project alone. So we want to make sure you all have the copies of that.
Is that an annual or in total?
Correct, that would be an annual income. Correct, an annual income.
Let's wait till the presentation to take questions.
Happy to take questions.
After the presentation, we'll go through.
Okay, absolutely, yeah.
So again, $500,000 in annual revenue from the income tax that the JED will impose on these residential units at the density that we're proposing, the density that we're requesting, the density that we require. Previously, we discussed, okay, density is the primary issue. If that's the primary issue, we're open to a conversation on the other items, if we can get past density, right? So knowing that we are requesting the density that we're requesting is what we need, and it will generate $500,000 for the township JED, of which there's the split that goes to the township and so forth. That's what we'd like to propose, that's what we'd like to move forward with.
I think it would be worth going through the other divergences you have listed on the letter for the benefit of the public.
Can do that. So in addition to density, at our last hearing, we also had a 1-bedroom side variance. We requested 750 square feet, which is still very large for a 1-bedroom, especially when you look at in directly adjacent municipalities and townships like Berkshire and the city of Delaware. Still, We have committed now to meeting your code requirements of the 800 square foot minimum for one bedroom size. That means that the only other divergence that we're requesting is parking. As it stands in the Berlin Code, you require 3 parking spaces per dwelling unit. And for what we're proposing, that doesn't make any sense, to be frank. What we're proposing is a mix of, for a 1 bedroom, we provide a space and a half, a 2 bedroom, 2 spaces, 3 bedroom, 2 spaces. Additionally, we have 92 guest parking spaces, which is very substantial. In total, we provide 624 parking spaces for 296 units by all general standards and market comparables. That is more than sufficient parking. Still, it does not meet the over 900 or approximately 900 that would be required for a code, so we're requesting that divergence. There is another item that remains, I don't want to say unresolved, but requesting, I guess, your input, trustee input. We have been following the direction of a PRD zoning. A PRD zoning, not a TPUD zoning. It's our interpretation, and with township guidance, township staff guidance, we've continued to proceed with a PRD zoning. A TPUD zoning is an alternative. A TPUD zoning is the exact same and would require the exact same variances that we're requesting, except the TPUD zoning requires a 20% cap on the rental units allowed in the development. We did not get inputs from the trustees, which we kind of request. If you would like us to do a PRD or a TPUD, right now we are PRD and we believe that to be the best route. However, if you do request us to do a TPUD, then if we go that route, which we can, we would also request for a divergence to the TPUD requirements, so we could have 100% of our units be rental housing. So to sum up the density to support our amenities, the density to make the project work, the density to, in effect, give the township annual JED revenue of $500,000 a year, and these JEDs are negotiated differently with the splits that goes to townships and so forth. I think that the split for directly to the township is 60-some%, I believe. Still an extremely sizable amount. The timing of these JEDs, I guess the limits often are 50 years auto renewal. So in effect, I don't have a time limit, right? So really an annuity, perpetuity. The parking divergence being the second variance. And if you would request us to do a TPUD, the rental unit percentage variance. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Were there any other changes since our last meeting other than what we've said?
No.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. We'll start with comments from the board. Trustee Buller.
I just did a quick look at the parking, and what I come up with is 1.8 parking spaces per dwelling unit.
Okay.
If you run it out, and if you look at just look at the overall, all your parking is 2.1 parking spaces per dwelling unit for everything, from a dwelling unit standpoint. That's the only comment I've got at this point.
Any questions? Okay. Trustee O'Brien.
Okay, so Can you point out where the guest parking will be?
Yeah, the guest parking is really scattered strategically throughout the site. A lot of the guest parking also will be for the club space, the amenity package they're providing with the gym, the fitness facility, the pool, pickleball, and so forth. So, I mean, we've got mail kiosks as well scattered, so sufficient parking for those as well. Guest parking here for the club space. We've got a mail kiosk here, additional parking there. Really, guest parking means, okay, some of these places where only would require 1.5 to a 1-bedroom, 2 for a 2-bedroom, have more than that, right? So scattered through the site.
So,
Is there something that needs to be, you guys okay?
We're okay, I was giving him a hug. Haven't seen him in 2 years.
Alright.
I didn't really want to go down this path, but discuss the CBUs.
How do you mean?
So, the handicap parking next to them, how do they locate them? Just in general.
Where are they, how are they gonna be accessible? Are they ADA compliant for the mailboxes?
They will be ADA compliant.
Where are they located?
The mail kiosks,
Yes.
okay, mail kiosk here. And then we have the other one on this side located in the clubhouse.
Inside?
Right, yeah, I mean, kind of the exterior wall.
The ADA parking spaces for the mail is right here. There's the entrance to the mail.
So they park and then they go into the
They
clubhouse?
go into the
And
clubhouse.
then that's all ADA accessible?
Yep, all ADA accessible. Then we have ADAs scattered throughout the site. They're located. And then we have ADA parking lot right here. We have mail kiosks right here, extra parking.
Is there any reason why you couldn't have all of them in the clubhouse?
Well, one of the times that we were here, we were asked by the planning commission to do 2. We started to have them all at the same place, and they said, because there's such a scattered site right here, they said, can you put 2 mail kiosks in? And we said, yeah, we can do that. That way, everybody's got one close.
We don't always agree with it. So,
Well, I think they had a good point right there.
I agree.
Sometimes we don't all agree.
Yeah. Fair.
Thank you. 88,683 is a specific number for income. Where specifically did that number come from?
The income analysis was,
Yes, I understand Monica from the county pulled that from her sources with One Columbus and Jobs Ohio, based on the average income. They have studies and Census Bureau information from multifamily dwelling units in suburban areas, Union County, Licking County, Delaware County, et cetera. That's where she pulled it. So if I was doing the analysis, our office was doing the analysis, we would pull from similar other sources, and then we have some other tools that we use. That's why our number would probably be a little higher, to be honest with you, but that's how she came up with that.
So do you think that is a mix of similar bedroom sizes?
Correct, that's on average, yeah, per unit. So some units, that just assumes per unit based on the number of units. And this is a general mix, like most multifamily dwelling units you see throughout the area. So it's an average. So some units would be more, some units would be a little less, but that's the average. Yes, sir, thank you.
And then you spoke that one bedroom would meet the 800 square feet minimum, but he didn't really say what they would be.
Randall, you wanna touch on the one bedroom size?
That's the smaller one bedroom. It came in, I think, around 780, and they'll easily need 800, and it can be a little lower. There's no problem with that. We're just gonna make it a little bit longer so that it has a bigger living dining space.
So you don't know specifically yet.
I just found out that we were gonna increase it to above 800 in the past few days, and I haven't redesigned that unit. It's not a redesign, it's just moving that front wall out.
And do you know offhand the 2 and 3 bedroom sizes?
3 bedroom is, I think, 1,330, something like that. It's got an attached garage with it. The 2 bedrooms vary because they're on top of each other.
Okay.
And they start out around 1,190 to 1,200. They're within or exceed your recommendations in your code.
Well, not really recommendations, but.
The mandates, yeah.
Thank you. So I told you before, I like the plan. And I had 2 break points. One of them fixed. But he didn't really fix the other one. But I also said that although I should be a stickler for the 4, I'm not necessarily a stickler for the 4, but I couldn't go to the amount that you requested. I forget what precise is.
296 units.
6.97.
So 6.97. So, and in your discussion, it sounded to me like you might move on that, but I didn't like the part that you would take amenities away if you did move on that.
Yeah, I don't think it's not our intention to move on density, and you're right, that's because we want to be able to provide the amenities to our residents.
Right, and see, that's why I can move a little bit on the 4 because of amenities, because I once said, I went to Toronto, and Toronto's very dense. Not Toronto, Vancouver. Vancouver is one of the most dense cities in North America. I think only Manhattan's more dense, but it's beautiful. Well, I'm not saying this is Vancouver, but it's not bad, but it's not 6.97 good, if you understand my point.
I'm confused.
So, if I may, so if we start from the premise that you acquired the land knowing that R4 was proposed for this area, and you say, okay, well, what would be a justifiable reason for increasing the density? You add more amenities. So you have some nice amenities, so maybe that gets you a little bit further down the density road, so to speak. It doesn't get you so far down that you are at 6.97. So is there a number that we could come up with? And it sounds like 6.97 is the hard stop for you all. And if that's the case, then we know at least what you're trying to say is it's not worth increasing the density to that amount based on what we get back from that.
So if you had more amenities, not Vancouver amenities, but more amenities, then I would consider upping it more than what I think these amenities justify, if you understand what I'm saying.
And so, right, we have resident amenities as, I guess, one of our justifications. What else is there? This is the gateway to the industrial park.
That's not an amenity.
Well, it's an amenity to the community, right? It opens up the industrial park. It will be able to attract business. It will provide housing, not only to the industrial that was recently approved for us, but the future industrial that will be approved the hundreds of acres to the west. It will create that jet revenue that the township can use to put back into the township for parks, for pathways and so forth. And I mean, if that's not sufficient, originally we were proposing a little under 400 units. We met with the township, and the township seems comfortable with it.
With
We heard,
define it. There's no-
with the application, right? We came in with 2 projects, but really 1.
It's not fair to say the township was fine with it.
Okay, well then I'm sorry.
Because the
Our-
BZC had denied it, not recommended approval, and we haven't considered the approval, so.
Understood, I take it back. We proceeded with a mixed-use project that we had to come in 2 parts with. The industrial, which has been approved, now we're here before you with the apartments. We need both to make it work. The apartments are the density that they are to make it work for the amenities. And it also happens to be to open up the gateway for the rest of the park, and it provides substantial gen revenue to the township.
Is that clarified? Or
I understand your position. I hope you understand mine. Because I feel like I'm being fair.
Yeah, I was just saying, either letting vote us down or mostly.
Okay.
Just go wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were gonna say something. Okay, I guess,
Well, so do you have anything else to say or question?
No, because I really do like it. I wish you would move on the density so that we can get it done.
and we've moved substantially already.
Well, yes, and I think it's fair from your vantage point to say that. However, you did acquire the land knowing what the zoning was for the township and knowing that it was operating under an R4 assumption. So for us, any movement that you have has not been within what our zoning text really envisaged for that area. So we're still not really even close to that. We're nearly double where we were. So the idea of this amenities and these things are appropriate. I think that, I had just a couple questions. One, did you have a dog park for this area?
I believe we have a dog park.
Dog park in this area?
We have a real big central green. Randall, before you point it out, if I can say something real quick.
Sure.
As it relates to where your zoning is, right? You implemented the Berlin industrial overlay, you want to attract business, you want business to come. There are, in our opinions and other professional opinions, a variety of reasons wrong with, or a variety of issues with your zoning code, which we hope that we can overcome and fix. Otherwise, the land will continue to remain vacant like it has for the past 3 or 4 years.
Thank you.
So-
So,
but-
hold on, no comments, please, from the audience either. So can you point out the dog park? Because I have specific questions I want to have answered so that there's clarity. Because dog park, I think, is an amenity, but it's also a safety issue.
Okay, yeah.
If there's people that have,
Dog park was never really identified yet on this site plan because we were in the schematic phase.
okay, and then the multi-use path or sidewalk, is there something between the areas? Yeah, is it on the south side and the north side?
Yeah.
Still, okay. And then, so you were aware though of what the zoning text said, right? We clarified that last time. You were aware, so you've come in and you've asked for a divergence in density to increase the density.
As we became aware, we applied, we understand that there are groundbreaking issues with the Berlin industrial overlay that won't allow us to do some items, which is why we've chosen the path that we're on right now.
So you were aware of R4 in the zoning text?
We're aware of the zoning text that you have in the Berlin industrial overlay.
Okay.
Flaws and no flaws.
And you are aware that you're bringing in a substantially higher density for this area than we had envisaged for it.
And only because that's what we need, that's what any developer will need. And if It's not for us, and it won't
Yeah.
work for anybody else. And then the park will sit vacant.
Okay. All right, any other questions, comments from the board at this time, before we open for public comment?
Yes. You asked about whether or not we had a preference for TPUD versus PRD. To me, that's not a significant issue.
Okay.
So I don't really have a problem with how you came in. I don't really have a problem with TPUD. That's not an issue for me. So that's not something you have to overcome. The parking spaces, I have a little bit of concern, but not a lot. I like a lot of things about it, just the
Yeah.
density.
I think that there generally is a lot to be desired of this. I think from my perspective, I could give a little bit from the R4, given the setback and some of the amenities that you mentioned, but you're not gonna get me anywhere near where you're at. And so if you're not willing to give more, then you can kind of sense where I'm leaning at least. Let's open it up for public comment at this time. Anybody who wishes to make public comment, please come to the lectern. Commentators, please limit your comments to no more than 4 minutes. And we'll start with comments in favor of the proposal. If you could state your first name, your last name, and your address.
My name is Joe Mitchell. I live at 3491 Mariners Way in just down the road. Moved to Berlin in 2008, so I've been a 15-year resident of the township. I've got a child in every phase of the Owen County school system, elementary, middle, and high school. So I got a 15-year-old, and she's been living in Berlin Township her whole life, and she hasn't had infrastructure and amenities. We don't have a library, we don't have a pool, we don't have a bike path, we don't have a rec center. And all of our neighboring townships have these things, and they have these things because they have revenue from development. So what I'm hearing right now is this development could bring in $500,000, $360,000 to the township that provides amenities for everyone in the township, for everyone to enjoy, for all the thousands of families to enjoy. I'm not quite sure how many families the development impacts directly, but that is impactful to thousands of families in Berlin Township. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to provide public comment in favor of proposed? Okay, we'll now open it up to public comment for those against the proposed. Please state your first name, last name, limit your comments to 4 minutes, and try to avoid redundancy or over repetition. Would anybody like to provide public comment in favor or against the proposed?
Chris Acker. I may have some redundancies because I've never been to any of the meetings, and I do not know what was said before. Well, what I will tell you is, I live down there.
What's your address, sir? Sorry.
90 Lackey Old State Road. I'm the very first house on the road beside the kindergarten you got down there. And this is gonna impact every house on that road. Not to mention the traffic, not to mention the lights, not to mention the noise. R4 was probably stretching it to do it. Anything above R4 is a crime down there. We're just gonna create a ghetto. An 800 square foot apartment. I got a bathroom that big, 800 square feet. And you're gonna put a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, a hallway, all in there, and a 1.5 parking spot. How many people do you know in this township that own 1.5 cars? None that I know of. And if they have a kid in high school, they all have a car. So we're talking about a traffic problem from you know where down there. So to go above R4, but so these people can make money, we don't care if they make money, don't build it. You're gonna get tax money off of it. And why build rentals? We would much rather see condos where you have to sell it and somebody owns the property and somebody's gonna take care of their property, as opposed to all these 296 rentals. Been in the rental business for over 50 years. I know what I'm talking about. You're gonna have good ones, you're gonna have bad ones. There's no getting around it. This sounds like an 8A government project, period. It's sad, it's really sad. If it was being built in your backyard, guarantee you would approve it.
Thank you. Next comment? Anyone?
Scott Winberry, 420 Lackey Old State. Reed Parkway is directly north of me, right on the corner of Reed Parkway and Lackey Old State. I guess I just want to say just the amount of traffic this is going to produce. I know when I'm leaving for work, waiting to turn on 36, 37 to go into Delaware, just small little pockets of openings there. And so just adding in 200, sorry, I came late, adding in 200 and some units there to that, just the amount of traffic that's going to produce, I think is something to.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here again. Eric Brickaball, 244 Lackey Old State Road. It's getting a little frustrating because we followed this development or this proposed development through zoning and through architectural review and now with the trustees. And they keep trying to put a square peg in a round hole. All of the residents, and there's only a few of us here tonight, but as you all recall, at the zoning meetings, there was quite a few residents. And we all worked together for a long time, and the result was R4. And I'm sure all of us would be willing to bend a little bit. Not easily, but we could bend a little bit. But they keep coming back with the same thing, and it's not what we all agreed to, and it's not what will fit that area. So I greatly appreciate you standing firm. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Jasper Christopher, 436 Lackey Old State Road. I think when we talk about the density, I think the project that has gone from Delaware County Regional Planning Committee to zoning to the trustees now, at the early stages, Delaware County Regional Planning Committee recommended conditional approval on lowering the density. The density is still higher than what they even recommended. So even at the county level, the county identified the need to reduce the density based on the other area uses of the neighboring land. I think that's, in my mind, the biggest issue is the density. The other items that are out there, probably to the trustees' points, can be worked around. There's allowances here and there. They have added additional space from buffering. The height of the buildings is probably negotiable. I think the biggest outlier is the density. I think there's some other smaller items though that have question marks out there, such as there's a piece of land to the north that is part of the rezoning, but I'm not sure it's considered part of their plan, as they've identified it kind of sectioned off and added to northern properties. You notice the mound kind of curls around. That area to the north is actually part of the land that's being bought, but it's not being shown as part of this development. My guess is that's part of the land that's being used for the density calculation. So I think the 7 or 6.97 might actually be even higher. I'd like to see some improvements as far as what they're doing with the mound to get to the requirements around the VIO, where there's additional plantings there, landscaping plantings. So instead of 1 tree per every 40, getting closer to the 10 trees per 100 feet and 25 shrubs. And then also if it were to move forward, looking at the mounding that's already along Reed and trying to connect that to what would be built here, so that you don't have one mound and then like a 5 or 10 foot divider and then the mound starts again. Doing something to kind of connect those two. And that's all.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we'll close public comment at this time. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Well, just a comment, because I appreciate everybody's comments. Really, everybody, sometimes people fight in these hearings, and I felt like this time people actually have valid arguments for and against. And so I appreciate that. I mean, everything was pretty well thought out. Although I agree on the mounding being connected, I'm not sure that soil and water would allow it, because there's got to be drainage, and so they might, although I agree. Although that might be handled through a culvert, perhaps, that issue. I do, and I did mention myself at a previous meeting, the regional planning. Well, that was the basis for my 800 foot and my 4 units per acre was based on Delaware County Regional Planning's recommendation. So I think that's a valid point too. And although it is only a recommendation, we do have to consider it.
Okay, Mr. Sabatino, was there anything else you wanted to comment on before?
Response to, I guess, the regional planning recommendation. It's the duty and purpose of regional planning to follow the zoning code and the comprehensive plan and so forth. The regional planning director doesn't, although a lot, including myself, would argue that he should, does not issue, I guess, what would a practical use be, what makes sense for the marketplace, what does the community really need. Regional planning just reads the text and says, okay, this doesn't comply with the text, therefore make it comply with the text, and then that's the conditions for approval. That's my comment on regional planning. At the end, really is to the trustees, you to interpret what the community needs, what works, what makes sense. We know that there are issues in both the BIO overlay and then also, I guess, the comprehensive plan. I guess I would encourage you to revisit the comprehensive plan and revisit the BIO in general, because there are substantial flaws, which not only we take issue with, but any developer will take issue with. And that is, again, another reason why this property has remained vacant for the years that it's been placed in the overlay. Ghetto, I mean, we hear it a lot. Unfortunately, it's sort of the not in my backyard mentality that really holds back progress and growth. I would encourage you to look at the pictures, look at the facts. If you want to see a comparable community, the flats on Houck, right off of Houck Road in the city of Delaware, would be a good one for you. Experience in the rental industry could provide you good education in that aspect. The quantity of people who the JED revenue and so forth would positively impact, I mean, really, truly, I guess, substantially outweighs the 7 homes that are, I guess, complaining here. In the mind of any resident, I suppose, excuse me, I can't speak for every resident, but I mean, it's the numbers, right, when it comes down to it. And like a gentleman said, that Berlin Township doesn't have a lot of these amenities. And Berlin Township will continue to not have those amenities, especially when the Berlin Park never happens. So we are what we are what we are. And we respectfully request a vote this evening. If you vote no, I'm sorry. We'll farm the land for however long it takes.
Very good. So
Can I?
no adjustments to density.
No.
Can I comment just a little bit? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know how brief I can be. So, some of your issues I totally agree with, some of them I disagree with. So, I do not fear it turning into a ghetto. That's not a worry of mine. So,
thank you.
I would take issue with Delaware County Regional Planning because staff oftentimes will take into consideration things that are not in the zoning text, which I sometimes find irritating, but they do that. And so.
And a point in case example is we just received a letter last week from Scott Sanders recommending additional NAICS codes be added.
Which is great.
That goes against what you were saying.
It does not go against what I was saying. I'm saying, speaking in relation to our reports, our regional planning report as relates to our apartments. I don't think Scott had any recommendations that you change the comprehensive plan, although frankly, we think that you should.
Okay, but they don't, that's not where I'm headed. I'm headed to specifically, they will say, this township's zoning code says this, but it is reasonable to do this. And so it's not a strict interpretation of the zoning text that RPC does. Now, I would also agree with you on that they find it as their main source of decision-making, but it's not their entirety of their decision-making. And I would also agree with you that it is for us to take in consideration the entire community. I would also say that whether there's 7 people bordering it, 1 or 1,000, what I think our duty is to do is to see if their arguments hold water or not whether or not they're happy or not. Because I have voted against some people who are very unhappy with my decision because they really did not like it. But our text indicated that it should be approved, and so I approved it. So if our text said it should be approved and they hated it, I would vote for you. But that's not what our text says. And so it's not because they are who they are, it's not because of their location, it's because our text says that. That's all I have.
Do you have any thoughts?
I'm concerned about the 175% of the R4 density. That's a big problem for me. If I read the amenities that you're putting in, this is not aimed at young families. It's aimed at the 20 to 40-year-olds, or it appears to be in that range when you got the exercise courts. And if you can correct me and I'm wrong, I would appreciate it, but it's aimed at that group of people, which won't generate a whole lot of students. The school uses a number of 0.7 for apartments and things of that nature, or 0.07 for houses and 0.07 for apartments. So if I run that out, it comes to 20, 30 students that would come out of this development if you use the 0.07 number per unit. But that's from a school standpoint, that's helpful. But I'm just really concerned about the going so far beyond what we had spent a lot of time coming up with the residents on. That's the biggest concern I've got.
Understood.
I think that there is a lot that is desirable about this plan. And so it's unfortunate, really, to me, that we couldn't come closer on the most important issue that we've reiterated numerous times, but understand respectfully, have some, safety concerns I mentioned related to, the rental units and dog parks and things that maybe we could work through, but the text is the text. So, if the applicant is requesting a vote this evening?
Yes, and just, I guess, to bring back into frame, we came in with 396 apartment homes, with a 250-foot buffer, what have you, probably over 50% open space. After our planning commission hearing is when we made our nearly 30% cut in density, which is, I guess, would it be better that we did 50 and then now we get to the trustees to do another 50? Well, we decided to just cut 30%, 100 units, and here we are with over 70% open space, which you'll never see because it's really not good land. A 350-foot plus buffer, great amenities, stainless steel appliances, granite countertops, beautiful products that will support not only our industrial, which seems like it won't happen, and the future industrial, sounds like it won't happen. The utilities are here, this is the gateways of the park. It sounds like we're gonna go back into being dormant for another few years, which, it's great for the, really not great for them, but they think it's great for them, great for the 7 neighbors, not great for the remaining thousands, not great for the township. We really did have a great opportunity here to kick off the business park. But it is what it is, and we'll sign a multi-year farm lease.
And I do appreciate you making those cuts. I think it's worth clarifying, though, that, like Trustee O'Brien said, it still doesn't adhere to our zoning text. And so you should have, and if there's another development you want to bring in or whatever, start with where we're at, not with where you think we should be at. And I think that would be an important point, whatever you end up going or however you end up proceeding forward.
And it's sad, but right, City of Delaware, Sunbury, Orange Township, Orchard Township, everywhere around you is going to continue to grow and attract commercial developments. And it seems like now you will not.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing your perspective on the matter. There's a couple other items I think that we have to accept some exhibits related to residences.
Yes.
You wanted to do what he submitted.
Yes, because that,
The letter that he submitted today, as well as Monica Connor's email. You want that as an exhibit too?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we have 2 items. So what's our exhibit number?
One would be 19 and the other is 20. Unless you're putting them together.
no, I think they should be separate.
Move to accept exhibit 19 and 20, the residences at Berlin Township, TNR properties from Sabatino and dated 6/12, and the Monica Connor's email dated Thursday, June 8th, respectively.
So the first one's 19.
First one's 19,
And later it's taking.
with later exhibits taking precedence over forward. So moved.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Fuller?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes. And then there are other documents that you all have provided that relate to the industrial though, so they're not going to be accepted in the residences. We have an outstanding question as to whether or not we can post-approve documents, because we've already approved the BIO portion. But that said, we have the NAICS code listing, we have the letter from Brian Marsh. I think that there's some good discussions and good framing in there that is really actually worth revisiting related to the business parks and some of the NAICS code uses. So appreciate you providing that. However, that's not going to be entered into the exhibit here or in the BIO project that was already approved. Okay. Okay, with that said, the chair will entertain a motion at this time, the applicant's request.
He has a way he likes them.
Yeah, you do have a way.
I make a motion that we approve application, what's the number? BZC 23-003, and including all exhibits, 1 through, what's the number?
20.
23, with later exhibits taking precedent over earlier exhibits. So moved.
So that was 1 through 20, you said?
Pardon?
1 through 20, that's what you said?
Yes, 1 through 20 with earlier exhibit, or later exhibits taking precedent over earlier exhibits.
Okay, second?
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
Bullard,
No.
Rail,
No.
O'Brien.
No.
Okay, thank you.
I like the plan. It's just the density would be much better served.
All right. So, yes, move to adjourn hearing BZC case 23-003. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Please call roll.
Bullard.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, without objection, we'll take a 5-minute, very brief 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minute break.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
And Delco. Well, you just heard what I thought of that.
Thanks, Steve. Good to see you.
Write a check and be done.
You know, that's what I would do.
Take care. Okay, let me know when you're ready, Claudia.
I'm ready.
Okay. Call the meeting back to order. Right, and we had a date and time certain for resuming, case BZC 23-001. Call that meeting back to order. Okay, and so we had a couple updates from our last hearing an hour ago. Does the applicant have any requested revisions based on the board's feedback at this time?
You do have Todd Ferris with Ferris Planning and Design. I have two statements that I would like to add, and I will read them for your approval. The first one is in relation to garage doors. One, garage doors shall be architecturally treated with panels or other fenestration and may contain architectural hardware and windows.
May.
Yeah, that's the.
The one word at the end, shall, could you say? Shall.
Well, but it's worded in such a way that.
It's gonna be paneled no matter what.
Well, the panel, but and shall contain,
That means we have to have architectural hardware and.
or architectural hardware and or windows.
And or windows?
Yeah, that would
You
get it
good with
right.
that?
Yeah, I like that.
And shall contain architectural hardware and.
Or windows. Gives you a little flexibility.
Yes, yes, yeah, well, just some people like that hardware, some people don't.
Yeah.
So, because it falls off because it's magnetic.
Yeah.
Two, this is in relation to the snout houses. Forward-facing garages shall not extend more than 4 feet from the main body of the house containing the front door, so long as the front porch extends to or farther than the face of the garage. Too wordy?
No,
I think.
no, that works.
I think so.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that, Ron? Trustee Buller?
I'm trying to think.
You can
That
read
sounds
it.
good. That works. Mhm.
I don't think it has to go to the front. I think the porch, I think the last part of it, I'm not sure needs to be there.
Forward-facing garages shall not extend more than 4 feet from the main body of the house containing the front door, period. Is that what you're trying to say? So long as the front porch extends to or further than the face of the garage.
I like that.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I mean, that's fine, but I.
It's just a little bit wordy, but
I'm thinking that the porch doesn't have to go that far in certain cases, but that's okay.
Well, that's.
I mean, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
That part's.
no, that's good.
So take a picture of this, how do we?
Claudia,
Make a
thanks.
copy and then you have them sign it.
Only make a copy of that portion.
Copy of it, sign, and then you guys sign it, and we'll add it in there.
Does everything else?
What
I
we're
think
looking
so.
to not have is sound houses with garage sits in front of the house, and there's plenty of those around, and they really don't add much to the neighborhood.
No.
And I don't think people will buy them here, but you never know.
Some people have no taste.
Well, let's just say different taste.
That's right, not similar taste.
Yes, so, I think that other than those two items, everything else was resolved. Anything else from you, Trustee Buller?
Thank you very much.
I greatly appreciate the working through of the mailboxes to make them accessible and resolve that. It is a conundrum. It was quite a conundrum and took some creativity and some collaboration with the county, but I'm really glad that we were able to get there with that resolution to make it safe and effective for the residents, so.
Is it documented in the residential section?
Yes.
That's the boxes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have that exhibit that they handed to us that day. We call everything out as far as where it's going to be. Yeah, it's all in the text.
Because I didn't remember seeing any updated documentation.
You should have gotten a packet of a whole bunch of stuff last week.
Yeah, it's in your mailbox.
I'm glad you picked it up. Yeah, every exhibit that changed, the sounding text, that's why she went over the bullet points.
Mhm. And the reason we put it down there is because they drive like that.
That makes sense.
So there's room up to actually put a car behind the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And to go along with that, I want to make a statement that the county taking this mailboxes seriously. And they had a draft plan of what should be there, and Harris and company took a copy of that draft plan. And it also contains a sign that will go to near the mailboxes that says it's limited parking and that sort of thing for mailboxes.
Wonderful. That's fantastic news to hear. And
Yeah, it's all-
appreciate the
it's all
county
good.
doing that and investing in that, because it's really to the benefit of all the townships. Okay. Did you sign that?
No, I did not. I'm gonna have Chandra
Yeah.
sign it since he's the property owner.
Please do.
Just leave it and sign.
There's a pen.
Did you get a copy?
I've got it in my book.
Okay, because this one is gonna go on the file.
Maybe I should get another copy when it's with it signed. Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's fine.
All right,
I just want to
thank
make sure
you.
that you guys got.
Do we have this?
Yeah, because somebody's gonna ask the question 2 years from now.
Sooner or later, you're gonna solve it, somebody else is gonna come along and say,
We have this packet, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 6 exhibits total. So we can probably accept this packet. This one.
Yeah.
Just make sure that 13.
And what we've been doing is we'll make these revisions and to a book and get a book up to so that you guys through the township has the final record.
Yeah.
That's right. But what we're voting on is what we got.
Yeah, and then we just
Yeah,
make sure
so
that there's a
then-
book that's updated, so you guys have the book.
Yep, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't believe there's any outstanding, questions or items from the board.
We do accept that.
Yeah, so we will accept, what number exhibit are we at for this? 14. We'll accept the packet, which includes the rezone conclusion letter, request publication, proof of publication, applicant's request dated May 25th, 2023, and amendments to development plan dated June 7th as exhibit 14. Did you say?
With later.
With the
May the 12th.
later exhibits taking precedence over the former. So moved.
Can you change this to the 12th on
Just to make sure.
both of them?
I'll get it right there.
He's a day ahead. Can I move it?
Moved by the
Oh,
chair,
second.
seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion?
Let him sign it first.
That we're not accepting that one yet.
Okay.
Please call roll.
Rail.
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Okay, and then, thank you.
Get one.
You get one?
Yep.
And then we're on exhibit 15.
no, that's 14.
I just accepted the packet as 14.
No, the packets. Everything in this packet was up to 13. This is all. this has
We
been
accepted the
modified,
whole packet as an exhibit just now. That's what we just passed.
and that's through 13, just like this says.
This was, we just accepted it as exhibit 14 then.
I have a list on here as exhibit 13. All the things he submitted is exhibit 13.
Yeah, that's what we accepted.
Because last time it was through 12. And then I
Well, no, because I
added-
just passed it. You said we were up to 13, so I passed it as 14.
Okay, but what she meant was,
Yeah, I get what she
already
meant now, but
included
that's
it.
not how I passed it.
That's
So
okay.
we have to modify that
well, or you could take this one and make that one 13.
now. Sorry. Little snafu here. I misunderstood you. My apologies, Claudia. So,
If I get the stuff ahead of time, I put it on here.
Although,
Included in
because
here.
ladder takes precedent, we probably can't do that.
no, so
So you could say, make a motion that exhibit 13 does not exist.
well, actually, it would be exhibit 9 through 13.
We can take 13 and put it in there, because it was never in there.
9 through 13 does not exist now, because we accepted the whole packet as exhibit 14. So, so can we say, can we make a motion to skip 9 through 13
As it is
As-
included all in.
and include it into 14 as the exhibit?
So previously accepted.
We did not accept 9 through 13. I misunderstood what she was saying.
Previously accepted exhibits 1 through 8.
Yep,
9 through 12, the applicant seeking has been admitted. Everything's included in the packet that you all would like to
Just approved,
consider
yes.
as one exhibit.
yeah,
Nothing prevents the board from saying move to admit exhibits 9 through 12, even 13, and then incorporate all of them as one exhibit number 14, if that's how you intend to proceed.
okay, so I'll
Clear what you're doing.
I'll accept this.
Well, that would be 15, but what he's saying is,
Yeah.
go ahead and make this 9 through 13, and the packet itself is a duplicate of those, but we've got it really enshrined in 9 through 13.
Should we rescind this motion?
We didn't rescind, that we passed this as exhibit 14. So what we need to do is,
Need to do it as 13.
no, we need to, include, move to accept, exhibits listed as 9 through 13 as exhibit,
Just do that, 9 through 13, and then you've got the other one at 14 that's a duplicate, we're okay.
9 through 13, with, latter exhibits taking precedence over former.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller.
Okay. I'm sorry, little technical glitch there. And then, so we have that as 9 through 13, and then we have 14, which is the same thing as one packet.
Yeah, but you're.
And then,
Two sets now. That's a packet that's 14, and this is 9 through 13.
yeah.
It's the same thing, but you got two sets of it.
And then, move to accept, the applicant's requested revisions, related to garage doors and forward-facing garages, dated 6/12/2023 as exhibit 15, with the latter exhibits taking precedence over the former.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes, okay, here we go. All right, so we've accepted the documents, and what is the applicant's wish at this time? Would you like to continue, or would you like to vote this evening?
You said vote.
Vote. Okay. Chair will entertain a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve application BZC 23-001 with including exhibits 1 through 14.
15.
With later exhibits taking precedent over earlier exhibits. So moved.
Second. Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Bullard?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, congratulations.
Yes.
Wasn't that easy?
So easy. Okay.
Right.
Well,
Awesome, thank you. We'll see you in 2 months.
no, for what?
August.
Oh, great, yes, August, yes.
Good night.
Have a good evening.
Sorry about that outburst there. You decided you really wanted to have me or something.
Move to adjourn case BZC 23-001.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Please call roll.
Bullard?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Okay, yes,
Can I make a suggestion?
yes, please.
Do you mind if we skip to fire and then perhaps consider an executive session with our council?
Yes, that would be just fine with me. Are you okay with that? Okay, let's skip down to fire.
I have 2 items. Did you guys receive these?
The requisitions, I believe I got them in email. Email.
Do you want to do the Hearst tool first?
Thank you.
So,
If you want to discuss the Hearst tool first.
yeah, the first one is a replacement for our older county tool. It's just about 20 years old. There's really no more replacement parts for that. The PSI on it is not efficient enough to cut the metals of the vehicles. The tool that we're looking at now, it is a demo. It was used one time prior to us receiving it. We've had it for probably 3 months now using it. It's a very good tool. Comes with the exact same one we would have it brand new. I believe it is.
Can I ask a question? Are you doing 13 first? That's the one with the wetsuits?
No, 14.
14, all right. No question. I got a question on 13.
Okay, so I move that we approve appropriation of $14,648.90 with an expected cost of $13,317.18 to MES, AKA Warren Fire Equipment, for the purpose of purchase of Hearst tool, battery, and charger.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion?
I'm reminded, because I was here when we got the Gemini tool, almost 20 years ago. And I'm reminded of a story that my brother told about Orange Township, who one of the trustees gave quite a bit of grief about purchasing a Hearst tool when it was first new, in general, the concept. And guess who was one of the first persons that needed to be cut out and all?
The trustee. Wow.
So I've always thought, I think a Hearst tool is a good idea.
Especially as a trustee. What happens to the old one?
The old one, should go probably put on good deals.
It should
Put
be.
on good deals, and probably sell
Okay, so it would be an auction item of deals, okay.
Okay, any more discussion? Please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. So if you discuss requisition 2023-13.
This is to purchase, this would be 4 new water rescue dry suits. We have 4 now that we purchased them, I believe, in 2015 or 16. They leak tremendously. The zippers, they do not zip any longer. So this would be to replace those with 4 new suits.
I mean, right now, you have suits that you go into the water and they leak and, okay.
My question was, are the suits, fire person specific or are the suits size specific?
We are getting, I believe, we're asking for 3 extra larges and 1 double X. Pretty much everybody on the department can fit into an extra large. There's just a couple that are a little bit taller than the length of the double X.
Because I know at times we've had some very small people as firemen, and an extra large should have to go send a search party to find them.
The way the dexterity is in them, an extra large would probably still be very sufficient for a smaller person.
So they're size specific, not, okay.
Okay, I move approving appropriation of $6,515.62 with an expected cost of $5,429.68 to Columbus Supply for the purpose of water rescue dry suits and wet shoes for dry suits.
Second.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call roll.
Graham,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. What happens to the old ones?
We'll probably keep those for training, out of the water training, other things.
That's fine. I was just curious. What I'm trying to do is, I'll bring it up in a little bit, get together a list of things that we want to get rid of. And then let's have an auction sale and get rid of them. And I'd like for the fire department to do the same kind of thing if you got equipment and stuff that you want to get rid of.
Anything else that you would like us to consider?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else for fire? Is there any update on collective bargaining?
We meet on the 22nd
That's good. That's an update.
or the 20th. 20th or 22nd, it's the 22nd, isn't it? I think it's 20th. It's one of the two, yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Good night, here. Okay. So, let's go to executive session and come back to the agenda items since we have Mr. Stecker with us at this time. So,
What's the executive session for?
it's pursuant to G3, I believe, right, Trustee O'Brien?
Pending an amendment?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, move to recess into executive session, from regular session pursuant to, ORC 121-2, or .22 G3, conferences with an attorney, public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject of pending or imminent court action with, the fiscal officer, board of trustees, and Mr. Tony Stucco present.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call roll.
Randall,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Pollard.
Yes.
Stop.
Yeah.
Make a motion to return to regular session from executive session.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. Okay, we met in executive session. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. However, I do think after some further discussion, it might be beneficial to have continued discussions in the form of a special meeting on the 26th, if that works for everyone.
The 26th works, but I was thinking maybe what we could do is just suspend this meeting and continue it on the 26th at the end of tonight's business.
Oh, recess and continue this meeting, so then we wouldn't close out the meeting until.
Right, because I think there might be some other issues that the general public might want to be aware of that we would address at that time too, so that they would know that it was a general meeting, regular meeting.
Very good. I think that sounds like a fine idea. Does that sound okay to you? Claudia, does that work for you? That time? So,
But we'll have to wait till the end.
yeah, when we conclude this meeting, we'll tentatively set that date for continuance to
The 26th.
26,
I think.
And then we probably need to designate someone to captain that meeting, to make sure that we've got all the right people at the meeting.
okay, I'm happy to coordinate as the chair this time. So who do we think we'd like to have at that meeting on the 26th?
I would suggest John from the hotel, I believe it is.
Okay,
And I would suggest Chris Weinhardt, our attorney, and I would suggest that Mark Fowler from the prosecutor's office, or substitute, all of you.
okay, I'm happy to coordinate that.
Or maybe both Mark and.
Tony, if Tony's available on the 26th.
Oh, yeah, Tony, if Tony's available on the 26th, yeah.
Okay. I think that sounds like a great idea. Okay. And anybody else we would want to coordinate with for that meeting?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, feel free to invite whomever. But I'll reach out to the respective parties to ensure that they can be available or get some updates from them. All right. Is there anything else, Mr. Stucco, that we should discuss while we have you here this evening?
I prepared a resolution for the board regarding matter involving the cemetery, but I don't think that you need me here for that. If the board does decide to proceed in that manner, it'd be notifying state entity within 30 days of that occurring.
You prepared that resolution. Do you have that resolution? Can you provide it?
Okay, Mr. Slocum and I had a meeting, and we talked about several things. One of the things was a cemetery, and I was gonna bring up a couple cemetery items. Might be worthwhile talking about those at this point.
Let's.
And getting through that. One of the things that we didn't talk about, which just gave Tony a copy of, is I emailed each or scanned it and sent each of you one of those. And the thing that's kind of neat is this is from a family that had some cemetery lots that they wanted to sell them back to us. They didn't sell them back to us, so what they did is the note at the bottom ended up selling them to the Hospice of Ohio, Central Ohio. So they got rid of their ownership of those lots in that manner.
Oh, they were able to donate to the hospice of Grady Memorial Hospital.
That's what they did, and that's in the card file, so the hospice would own it now, but the way they got it was donated to them by people that had lots that they didn't, weren't able to get money back out of, that they wanted to.
So they're not allowed to sell them.
They're allowed to
I don't think we
donate.
have, I don't think we have a say over that, but we can't, we wouldn't do the transfer. This transfer occurred before we took possession. of the
Oh,
cemetery.
so we did not accept this
We
transfer.
didn't do anything with this. This occurred before.
So they had ownership of it prior to us having
Correct.
taken over. Okay, so I don't have any issues.
Yep, and, should be hopefully a date on this of 07, 4/13 of 07. But we're finding that in the records and that sort of thing. We were, there's an intern, Grayson, who is working at the prosecutor's office and is going to hopefully be helping us come up with some, things for the cemetery to, as we move forward.
Now, does an intern mean, what
Law
is there?
student.
First, second, third?
I'm not sure, I think maybe second year, he also has a PhD in history, so.
I look upon it.
You know how those doctors are.
Yeah, I look upon it as a law for the prosecutor.
He would actually be a very great resource for, I think, uncovering a bit of the history of Fairview and getting our records in order and right.
So well said.
So valuable resources PhDs can be.
Yes, yes, they are.
Okay, so great. Okay, so is that just an update, FYI? Is there-
That's a FYI, just to let you know that that sort of stuff has gone on, and you'll probably end up with some hospice graves at some point.
Wow.
Just for those people. And we talked with Grayson and Tony about several things that we need for the cemetery, and they're working on that. That part's moving ahead. The building, we also talked about that. And the building that we want to put up, and we were not able to come up with a way that we could use the COG information that we had and the bids that they had. So what the suggestion from the prosecutor's office is that we get an architect and draw some plans. And bear the cost associated with it. I'm not liking it either, but.
I don't understand why the COG can't be used. Last week, I'll direct it here.
I've been in circles so many times.
Okay, last point of update with where we were at, it was, we have to post notice for the open bid. That was my understanding of what we had, the hoop we had to jump through. So then get a reference, ORC says that you have to, if you're doing the open bid, it has to be on your website for like 14 days. And my understanding was that was the last hoop we had to jump through so that before we could end up picking whoever we wanted to go with and move forward in that capacity. So what has changed since our last discussion to now in terms of the legalities that is preventing us? Because my concern is we're going up and up and up in costs. So now a building that was originally going to be what, $275,000 is going up to way where it's at $400,000. We're losing tens of thousands of dollars in inflation costs by not being able to move forward on a building that we've already approved that we just need to make certain all of our legal items are in a row. So what's the legal issue?
The legal issues would be several issues. One of which is, I don't believe that 9.48 could be used for this type of a matter. The second issue related to it is the auditor of state's office statute. I forget the exact number off the top of my head here. I could have had it ready in advance, but it's in Title 55. It essentially provides that if the township's going to purchase road equipment or supplies in excess of $50,000, the township has to bid it. There's AG's opinions from decades ago. Auditor of state in terms of with the Ohio handbook, township handbook that it puts out as opined that with respect to the materials, the township can buy the materials, has to bid for the materials, that's in the statute. Township doesn't have to bid for the labor with it. Practically speaking, I don't think that it's too likely someone's going to be able to proceed necessarily in that manner.
But so all of this fits with where we were at, and it was ORC 511, 0.12, and it was a public announcement bid, and we have the proposal language written up, and we were going to post on our website. So all of what you just said, we would be in compliance with. And then we have the bid documents included and all of that. We post that for 14 days per the revised code, and we're good to move forward at that time, right?
That I don't know. We looked at the issue and the other issues in terms of with professional design services, architectural services, the bid specs. I don't think that there was architectural design services involved with that.
So you're saying we don't have to have an architect?
I don't know necessarily so much about architect. It seems like with what the township wants to do, it would be the traditional architect, general contractor, could be design build model.
Wait a minute, okay. So what portion of the revised code were you referencing?
With which part?
The architect?
That'd be in 153.
153, I see what the potential issue might be. Because we have been referencing 511.12, plan specifications contracts for the construction and erection of memorial building, monument, statue, or memorial for the purposes specified within the amount authorized by 511.08.
For this?
Well, this is what we had received from the representative related to the ORC that this applied to. From the COG representative. So this ORC does not apply to that, but you were referencing which one?
Chapter 153.
Huh? ORC what?
Chapter 153. I believe the specific statutes are 0.65 to 0.73. But they're related statutes in terms of.
So 153 is what chapter? I mean, the title.
Professional design services definitions. Public improvements. I see. Okay. Well, thank you. This is helpful. So
I'm not sure it's helpful.
it's clarifying as to what, at least it clarifies my understanding. I was operating under.
So can I ask a different question?
Please.
How can we facilitate this being done as quickly as possible? And is there a way to use a different statute that does not require an architect to?
Professional design services. I'll have to think about it, check with some other people at the office. Off the top of my head, I can't think of one.
Because it does two things. It increases the cost, but it also slows us down significantly.
And we're bursting at the seams.
Is it an emergency clause?
I don't think this is fall that category.
I think we should contact our legislature and get an emergency clause.
What are those legislators for?
Well, they've got a budget, but June 30th,
Yeah.
July 1st.
Let's add it to it.
Their biennial budget.
That's where it gets done.
But I can be back in touch with any of you separately if you'd like.
No, thank you, and I appreciate you clarifying this. It's just, it's challenging the fact that we approved, for example, concrete slab last fall, and you watch the price of concrete go up, and we cannot bring this in, and now here we are in June of the following year, and we are like, not even at step one, basically. And such are the wheels of government, but injustice, they say.
Other functions of state government are allowed to use the cog and that sort of thing to do that
Yeah.
sort of stuff, but townships are not.
Well, now, wait a minute,
Like a
what,
city.
a city can do it?
City can use,
Can,
they can make up their own.
Can I tried to do this once before, and trying to get Shawnee Hill rules here, because different entities, if it's legal for one to do it, somebody can contract with that entity to get it done in their entity, right?
In terms of with home rule and how that applies, I've not looked at that issue. Since we don't represent any municipalities and none of the townships have home rule authority here in Delaware County, have not looked at that issue.
That's a deadline to get on the ballot for home rule.
When he resigns. Okay, all right, the other thing that you had sent us to, or did you send us the electronic transfer resolution? To accept electronic transfer payments? I thought you said that.
Oh, the financial transaction.
Yeah, electronic transfer machines, right, for financial transactions?
Well, in terms of, I'd sent a proposed resolution and some information concerning financial transaction devices. There's specific statute procedure that applies if the township wants to accept payments by financial transaction devices. In this particular matter, essentially, the board will need to determine, do you want to accept financial transaction devices? Do you want to accept them for one particular purpose, several purposes, what you want to do in that respect? So I guess it's probably more of a policy determination at this point in terms of what the board wants to do, and then the resolution can be tailored accordingly to address what the board wants to do. My understanding is, it sounds like, you of course can correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like it's for one purpose, not for all township purposes, but you couldn't do it for set payments for all township purposes.
I mean, I had envisioned it for zoning, but I guess we could do it for cemetery services as well.
So you have to refresh my memory. The person who is paying the bill pays the transaction fee.
Yes, in all capitalized letters posted that they do have the opportunity to also pay cash or check without the fee being applied, but yes.
Essentially, the way it's set up by law is whatever the fee, the cost, the governmental cost is, the individual has to pay 100% of that. The board, in terms of then having a contract with an entity that those payments would be made through, would have essentially a convenience fee. And then the end user is notified as to what that is. And by voluntarily agreeing to do it, they're voluntarily agreeing to pay that additional fee. So for example, if it's $100 is the fee that the township receives by a resolution of this board, state statute, whatever else, and the processing fee is, say, $3.50, the person would voluntarily pay the $103.50. It doesn't get discounted, say, if you were a private merchant, you might charge me $100, but you would get a little bit less receiving it by financial transaction device. This is one it's designed that the township gets whatever that amount of money is that the person's being charged.
Understood.
So just related to it, as Ms. Rail referenced with it, it could be one matter, it could be all township matters. Nothing prevents the board from reaching out to other townships that have those agreements with an entity for other payments in this particular matter. And nothing prevents the board from having more than one agreement too, so.
So would it be better to just authorize it for any township matters to allow that flexibility if it's necessary? Or would it be better to restrict it to certain departments only?
I'm not opposed to this. I'm not totally comfortable, so I think you should ask
Trustee Bullard? As far as accepting payments?
Just looking at the information we were sent through Nick, or Jacob.
And it's not a situation, of course, where a decision has to be made this evening in terms of with one.
Well, we would like to.
Contract the township has, or
Yeah.
catch up, one township contract has, a portion of that contract will be implemented until the board has resolved to accept financial transaction devices and decided upon the entity or entities that the board wants to have receive those. And my understanding is, and Mr. Bond's not here to address the full specifics, I believe, and I could be wrong, that that entity has its preferred folks that it deals with, but my understanding is it also has contracts with entities here in Ohio that have their agreements with other entities, other providers of that service. So without having contacted the vendor, my assumption's been is that the board can probably proceed in either manner in that respect.
So let me ask a related question. Certain people who receive cash have to be bonded, correct? If they receive electronic payment, do they need to be bonded because they're not handling cash?
I'd have to look at the statute. This is one, not this one, but the county, as you know, there's a specific statute that authorizes the county to accept financial transaction basis. I think it's 301.28. It's been a while since I looked at it. A specific statute that addresses what the township can do. They're pretty similar, but they are not identical to the best of my recollection with it. To answer your question in terms of the requirements, in terms of the safekeeping of the money, it's been a while since I've looked at that issue, or even considered that issue. I'd have to look at it before I could give a definitive answer to that question.
So the resolution that you have here drafted, I mean, we just have to fill in the dates. And then you have indicated add township offices that will be authorized to accept payments via financial transaction devices, such as Berlin Township Zoning Department, Administrative Office, and Fire Department, accept payments of various fees and rental charges.
And if you had another department.
Any others?
Okay.
So we would want to say, do you have this in front of you? Okay, so we would want to say,
Which section are you on?
the preamble, right, the first whereas. For the offices, we would like to, do we want to be more inclusive, Ron? To say cemetery services could be accepted through this way, zoning. Okay, so let's start with Berlin Township, zoning department, cemetery services, administrative office. Or would you like fire to be
I
included?
don't know why fire would take money.
And we don't need to include them at this time.
Can't you just say Berlin Township would be acceptable in the office?
Well, he was saying we need to specify,
Okay.
Or do we, or can we just say Berlin Township any office?
Well, you folks would know which offices receive payments. So if it's administrative with the board.
Well, but okay,
Let's just limit it to, sorry. Let's just limit it to those three.
okay, possibly, but here's what I was gonna say, is that if you made it the whole township, if we ever had
Parks.
in recreation, then they could do it too, and it would be inclusive already.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what my thought was that kind of thing, as we're growing, we could get to the point where we need something else.
And maybe in the future, fire would have a reason, although I can't for the life of me think why.
Who knows?
Someday maybe we can charge for lunch.
Donations or,
Well, see, donations have to be accepted,
Yeah.
and that's one of those things that I tell them, you cannot take a donation without
Right.
coming through the.
right. Well, so can we say any, whereas Berlin Township, offices and departments?
To answer the question, off the top of my head, I don't think there's a prohibition against it, but I would have to look at the statute. I haven't considered it in terms of, if you were to put language, any and all offices of Berlin Township, including administrative offices, cemetery, zoning,
Okay,
whatever else.
so
That would
we'll,
probably cover everything. How it plays out specifically with the statute, I have not looked at that issue.
okay. So we'll say, whereas, Berlin Township offices, inclusive of but not limited to fire, zoning, administrative, cemetery, roads, parks and trails. Accepts payments of various fees and rental charges. Okay, does that work? Okay. Okay, and then we also have to indicate which township offices will be, okay, so then it goes down, Claudia, 4 more to the next whereas, and I think that that's just cut and paste. And then we have whereas Berlin Township offices, all of the inclusive of but not limited to, will be authorized to accept payments via financial transaction devices.
And possibly, if the board is considering recessing and continuing this meeting until the 26th, those issues could be considered between now and the 26th. And then if you do recess and continue this meeting to the 26th.
I don't see any reason why we can't finish this up tonight. It just says to add, it just has a bunch of different places where we write the same thing, so you can just cut and paste it. So like underneath resolution now therefore be it resolved, and then under B, it's add the township offices for which the authorized, do you see that italicized under resolution B? It's just cutting and pasting the same thing, right?
Well, it's the board making the determination. Do you want to accept payments by financial transaction devices, and which payments, which offices, departments do you want to receive them for?
Yeah, and we've specified that we're doing this in 3 different places, right? And then D, it says that the board authorizes the following types of financial transaction devices to be accepted upon the condition that an agreement setting forth the terms and conditions for payment using such financial transaction devices is entered into with the issuing financial institutions, issuers of financial transaction devices, or processors of financial devices. Are you saying that that would be where we put iWork in their services? Because through iWork that we're accepting the payments at this point in time.
No, they aren't, I don't think they qualify as an entity that can accept payments by financial transaction devices. I don't believe they're a financial institution that will qualify for that. I think it's more just.
We purchased the ability to pay for permits through the iWork software.
Right, but I don't believe you have to contact them, of course, but I don't believe that they qualify as an entity that can accept those payments. My understanding from Mr. Vaughn is they have a particular entity that they like working with. My understanding is with another township, they've accepted financial transaction devices for administrative, zoning, fire, and I believe they have a contract, an agreement with a separate.
Yeah, but that's not what we have. We are going through iWork.
No, I believe that township also has an agreement with iWork.
What township are you referencing?
It's one of the other two that have
The iWork?
contract with iWork.
Yeah, but the package that we bought with iWork comes with the ability to process credit cards within the iWork software. So you open an account
It's the
with iWork.
software, but I don't believe, and I can't say this clearly, but I don't believe that iWork qualifies as an entity that can accept those payments. They might produce the software, make it available to be used, but they would not be, to the best of my understanding, the entity that would be processing those payments.
So you're saying, for example, let's say you have an account with iWork, you want to pay for a building permit, $25. You go in, you fill out the permit, it says process payment. You click on process payment, and you're saying that iWork is not responsible for what happens next, and it may be that the process of payment is PayPal, for example.
But if they had, it would be.
But it's through their software, it's a third-party add-on.
It'd be through the town, it'd be through an agreement with the township.
Okay, you know, we're gonna defer this until the 26th. Let's have an offline, Johnny, you and I, because I'm not sure that I understand it enough to pass it. But I'm also not sure, because the township has, the other townships do run their own electronic transfer service. They don't go through iWork, but we are going through iWork for it. Everything that we're doing is through iWork for the electronic transfer services.
But then how's that gonna work if somebody does wanna pay?
We
for
don't,
cemetery?
yeah, we don't have something in place for those right now.
Right.
But we're just saying that if we do, we don't have to pass another resolution. So we can get clarification on that and then bring that forward on the 26th. Does that sound good? Okay.
But if we're paying for iWork, we do need to get this established.
I agree. But right now, there's not enough clarity on
I understand.
what we're meaning when we're talking about processing the electronic
My
transfer.
understanding, Mr. Vaughn would be able to answer the questions, because I haven't spoken or contacted the folks with iWork, but my understanding is they have the software, they run the software, but the payments actually be made through another entity.
Like JP Morgan or something.
Yeah, something, whatever. The township would have to approve accepting financial transaction devices, whom to accept them through, from. That would be something that the township would enter into that agreement, whether that would end up being, at the end of the day, the entity that, my understanding, iWorks folks might prefer dealing with, or whether it would be, say, another local institution that the township and say, we want to accept all payments from one entity. The township could do it from a couple entities if it wanted to. If the township says we want to accept all payments from X bank and proceeds that way, it'd be the discussion with the folks at Iowa in terms of how to set that up. And that's my understanding it would operate with at least one of the other townships that has this arrangement.
Thank you. Do we want to go to the renaming of the cemetery resolution? Did you see that resolution?
I have it. Turn back.
Oops. All right, so that one was pretty straightforward, I felt like. The only question is the feedback from 10-4 related to Fairview, related to the memorial addition to Evergreen. So do you recall 10-4 writing about why memorial is used in cemeteries? Because it signifies the only base of the ground.
I don't have a problem with putting that in there or informing people, but that's almost like a general information. Ice is cold. I mean, you know, that sort of thing.
Okay, that's good.
I like keeping the, excuse me, keeping the name short.
Well, if the formal name is Evergreen Memorial Cemetery, most of the time we say Fairview Cemetery, we don't say Fairview Memorial Cemetery, but the memorial aspect has that
Well,
clear connotation.
it's Fairview Memorial now.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He was saying he would like to keep it short, but even if we had a longer formal name, it would defer likely to Evergreen Cemetery.
So could we have the formal name Evergreen Memorial Cemetery, but on the sign Evergreen Cemetery?
Yeah, rather than Evergreen Cemetery, Evergreen Memorial Park or something like that.
I'd rather have Evergreen Memorial than Evergreen Cemetery.
Just Evergreen Memorial?
Mhm.
You okay with that? Okay.
And then I saw Kingwood Memorial had their sign and it said Kingwood Memorial Park. But I'm not a huge fan of adding park to it.
Not about a cemetery that had a cross with a park to me.
Yeah.
And we have a hard enough time keeping dogs and things out of here. I don't like the park idea.
Take control of Fairview Memorial. That's
Right.
what it is now.
That's the formal name right now, yeah.
So are we saying Evergreen Memorial?
I think that we are. I think it would make sense based on 10-4's recommendation and how that terminology is used.
Well, it's not that much longer. I mean, it was one more letter, so I'm okay with that. And they know it's a cemetery, so we don't have to be redundant.
Right. So we're gonna change in this resolution that was sent everywhere where it says Evergreen Cemetery to Evergreen Memorial Cemetery, which is in the initial title of the resolution.
Oh, so you do want cemetery in there still?
Yeah, as a formal name, but it won't be on the sign, right?
Okay.
Is that what you meant?
That's not what I meant, but I'm okay with that.
Okay. And then correct the spelling of Cheshire Road. And then it was one other place down. Under the third up from the bottom, whereas. Now this says, whereas the board for various reasons wishes to rename Fairview Cemetery, Memorial Cemetery, we'll say Fairview Memorial Park as Evergreen Memorial Cemetery. Yes.
That's, the resolution here says Fairview Cemetery shall be hereafter known as Evergreen Cemetery, but
Yeah, we'll change that to Evergreen Memorial Cemetery. She's changing that right now. So she's finding everywhere it says Evergreen Cemetery and changing it to Evergreen Memorial Cemetery. Did you see ChatGPT recommended Evergreen?
When it agrees with me, it's pretty good.
That was really weird that it did that. I asked ChatGPT for good cemetery recommendation names, and number one was Evergreen. It was weird because he had independently come up with Evergreen.
We're inventing something that we're changing the normal naming, which normal naming would be X Memorial Park, would be the name of the, whatever the cemetery is. But by changing it to Evergreen Memorial Cemetery, we created a Berlin Township name for that cemetery. I think we're better off to be a memorial park than we are to do something different. That's my feeling.
You want a park in there?
I would rather have Memorial Park because Memorial Park is definition.
But park makes it, I don't like the use of park because people will think that we have a township park.
I don't either.
But we don't.
I don't either.
It's a cemetery.
But the thing is, that's the naming.
Convention.
And I understand that, and I appreciate it, but I don't like it, so I don't want
to. Well said. I mean, I do appreciate that. I think for me, the idea of memorial, that carries the connotation that we want to have associated with the cemetery because of the way that the plots are laid and was headstones being subterranean or sublevel. But a park doesn't make any sense. And that's just an old school way of calling, a cemetery. So I don't see any reason, unless there's meaning behind why it's called a park and not a cemetery, to persist in calling it a memorial park, unless there was a park actually attached to the cemetery. I mean, is there any reason that it's called a park? Is there a connotation behind why a cemetery is called a park?
Well, it's only a memorial park.
Yeah.
But like Cheshire wouldn't be Cheshire Cemetery Park.
Right.
It's Cheshire Cemetery or whatever cemetery.
Yeah, and I do understand.
Memorial is Memorial Park.
I understand. But we have our rules, and I think that memorial is sufficient to.
We're gonna need to change those and update them, but that's fine.
Yes.
So are you comfortable with Evergreen Memorial Cemetery as the official name and calling it Evergreen Memorial then on the sign, or are you not comfortable with that?
I'm not comfortable with calling it a cemetery.
So are you comfortable with Evergreen Memorial?
Right, I'm okay with Evergreen Memorial, but not, I don't want cemetery in it because cemeteries have different connotation as far as the markers and gravestones and that sort of thing.
Okay. So it would either be, you're not comfortable with cemetery at all now, so it would be Evergreen, you're not even comfortable with Evergreen Cemetery. Okay, so it's Evergreen Memorial.
Right, it's
Okay.
a Memorial Park is a.
I don't want to use
flat on
park
ground and
though.
all that stuff.
Yeah,
So I'm okay with Evergreen Memorial, period.
and you're okay with?
I'll like a little bit.
Okay, so remove Evergreen, remove cemetery from Evergreen Memorial Cemetery.
The other thing to keep in mind, we call it, it's like Grady Memorial. Okay, Riverside Memorial, all of those are hospitals.
There you go.
So we're okay with Evergreen Memorial.
I think you better move on.
We have consensus. All right, so you'll update everything from Evergreen Memorial Cemetery to Evergreen Memorial. What would be the resolution number on this?
230616.
Okay, move to adopt resolution 230616. The resolution changing the name of Fairview Memorial Park to Evergreen Memorial, for the reasons as stated therein.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Okay, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes. All right, one resolution.
We're moving quickly.
Oh, man, all right. Okay, I think that, do we have anything else for you, Mr. Stecco? We had electronic transfer, we'll revisit that on the 26th. The building, the renaming.
Bank depository. We need to do a resolution for this to advertise for bank depository.
So it's the every 5-year thing?
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Is there anything?
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. So this is a resolution. So this is this a resolution or a motion here?
This is a resolution.
Resolution.
To request applications for deposits. So then we have to have a.
Not to interrupt you, but just to clarify whether there can be for active, inactive, interim. My understanding from Ms. Smith is it'd be proceeding with active on, just so
Yeah, makes sense.
understood.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. This is active only.
Active deposits.
All right, who made the motion?
I do.
Who seconded it?
I did.
Bullard,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Is that all that we have to do tonight? And then we have to set a special meeting to open packets whenever they come.
Is this within, with the resolution? I think it's resolution, right? Or is it one with that? It's,
Well, this is to designate the depositor, so that would
that will
be
not be until.
after we open it.
So what would happen then with the proposal with the timelines is, with the understanding that the current one, August 1st of 23, statute provides Monday in the preceding, third Monday in the preceding month for monthly meeting. So the third Monday in the preceding month is the 17th, so we're scheduling a special meeting on the 17th. The resolution says drafted, and the statute also provides that with the application, it can't be accepted more than 1 month prior to the date that the board would award the depository. So that means that would begin with accepting the resolution, accepting the applications the 18th up till noon on the 17th. Then at the, whatever time it is in the resolution that the board, I'm assuming it'd be at probably, 5:30, 6 o'clock, whatever the time is the board schedules. Then the board would open up the applications received, review them, and then decide which entity or entities the board's going to award the deposits to. If those entities haven't already provided an proposed agreement to the board, then they'd be contacted, request to provide that agreement within a short period of time, with the expectation that they should be able to get it to the board in a short period of time, so that then at the regular meeting on July 24th, I believe it is, the board can enter into that agreement with the entity and then be able to continue to proceed on.
Okay, at one time you said the third Monday in August.
It'll be July,
Okay,
the preceding month.
okay. I'm okay with that. I might not be here August.
Okay.
But
And the way that it works is with doing it with the active, then Ms. Smith will send out a notice to eligible depositories directly to them. And then they submit it, essentially it's a seal. Yeah, essentially is what it amounts to. They submit their application, it's sealed, and they give their proposal.
So I send this letter, I don't put a legal ad in the paper?
Not with active only. If you were seeking inactive in addition to it, then the statute provides for publishing in the paper. But the auditor of state's office, once again, with the Ohio Township, the handbook that they provide, they indicate if you aren't seeking inactive deposits, you don't have to do the publication in the paper. If you did have to do publication in the paper, it'd be once a week for 2 consecutive weeks. And you would also, in addition to that, have to provide notice to eligible depositories anyway. But Ms. Smith will then provide notice to eligible depositories.
But we're not doing that, so that's good, because we don't need it.
Okay. Anything else?
So are we having to set a special meeting?
Yes, July 17th.
Can you do a special meeting on July 17th? At 5:30?
I can.
Okay.
I won't say that I can, because I got a wedding kind someplace in that July timeframe.
Would
Go
you
ahead and
be
set it up
okay?
if I'm not here, you guys, go ahead.
Okay, we'll keep it to the, pretty much the sole purpose of it will just be the,
I would say that's what it is now, but if we have some business that needs to be done, I want to take care of it then.
that's fine, but I'd like to defer anything we can until,
Totally-
unless
totally
Ron
agree.
is here.
Totally agree.
Okay.
But I don't want to announce that it will be exclusive to that in case we have to. But
Add items.
I'm in total agreement with what you said.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Mr. Stecco, did you also, sign the, there was a place for signature within the iWork contract?
Jake sent everything over today. He sent something last week. He said, can you send a few more items? He sent that today, so I have to address that.
Okay, but one of them requires your signature, I believe.
Right, yeah, approval last.
Yeah.
So just look, make sure everything's there, correct.
Okay, we want to move forward on that as soon as we can to get things set up. So that would be great. Okay. All right, anything else from Mr. Stecco or any other outstanding resolutions from him? I think we're good.
For the moment.
For the moment, yes, thank you.
Better get out while-
Always appreciate you helping us and for your time. Thank you, Mr. Stecco.
Appreciate it.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the resignation with, great regret of Sam Dingus as laborer 2 from the roads department, based on his later dated May 30th, and his resignation was effective June 8th, 2023.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, I do have a discussion item related to this. His resignation indicated his last day of employment was June 8th, you said?
Last Thursday.
But it's my understanding he did not work prior to that, at all that week prior? or-
He had vacation though.
Okay, so he took vacation, and so he did come into work on June 8th?
Well, he had a when was his last vacation day?
He actually turned his
Still
stuff
has
in.
time left.
Turned everything he had, and then took a week's vacation. Because he wasn't gonna be able to take any vacation, with his new job, which would have started today.
So his vacation day, last vacation day was June 8th, is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
his last day was June 8th.
So that was,
And that would be reflected on his time card.
For now, I think that works. I don't like the idea of somebody not coming back to work and paying out the vacation versus.
So you're coming around to my way of thinking.
We'll have to talk about it when the time comes.
I'm liking what I'm hearing.
So he had vacation to pay him.
Well, right, but his last day of work should be his last day actually worked. Because it comes up in things like FMLA or maternity leave or things like that where.
well, and accrual of other benefits during
yes.
that. So you're right on, I'm with you. But I don't think that's our current policy.
No, it's not, but that's what I wanted to check on was what was his last day worked, how much vacation, what happened, because it was my understanding that he was going to work through to the 8th. And then it sounded like that didn't happen, so I just wanted clarification. And yes, I think we'll need to revisit that policy. Because it doesn't, I think it adds liability on both sides, actually. I think it has some problems on both sides, so.
He like only give us 2 weeks notice and then take 2 weeks vacation.
Right. Exactly. So, okay, any further discussion? Let's go roll.
I'd like to declare the position vacant, for labor 2 and,
Do you want to add that as a friendly amendment to the motion or have a separate motion on that?
just a second motion.
Okay, well then let's call roll on this first one. Please call roll.
Bullard?
Yep.
Rail?
Yeah.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Okay, now I'd like to declare the, full-time laborer position vacant in the, roads department and advertise for a replacement. Proceed to work to get one, get a replacement.
I'll second, but I have a question.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion.
So when you say advertise, do you really mean advertise or do you mean just post?
Just posting. I just mean, posting it on the, website, and then we post as much as we need to be able to come up with another road laborer.
Got it.
And then also, was there an amount that you wanted to attach to that at this
It's going to
time?
be dependent upon, the skills they bring.
Okay, but it would still be in that labor 2 range. Isn't there a range for that?
Well,
Or is there a
what
amount?
Sam and Jeff started as is laborer 1, and then they
Okay.
promoted into that after the, probationary period. And so it depends on the skill set that they bring.
Right. So it could be a labor 2 or a labor 1,
Right.
depending on the, okay.
And that's why I just said laborer. It didn't say 1 or 2.
Okay, well, the good news is we've had the road laborer 1 or 2 up since, April. So I don't think we need to do anything further to advertise, but.
And the
We did
last
get
time
one
we did it,
application.
we advertised for a laborer and ended up with an assistant road supervisor.
Yeah, that's right.
So again, it depends on the skill set.
Yeah.
That we could get.
Okay, any further discussion? Let's go roll.
Rail?
Yes.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Bullard?
Yes.
So we have the road laborer up and we did get an application. Do you recall that, Trustee Bullard?
The what now?
We received an application a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I was gonna forward that to Jesse and we'll interview the person. We use that as the first one coming up.
Did you send that to everyone, Claudia? Okay,
Mhm.
okay. Here it is, yeah. Let me just re-forward it.
It seemed like
I didn't
very
want
eager,
to
but
mention the name or that sort of stuff.
yeah, seemed very eager, but limited
Experience.
experience.
Yeah.
I don't know what skill.
I believe
it is,
he's
but it's
working
experience.
for a county department already, but that's, I don't know for sure. He's looking to better his position.
Well, I think it would be a good time to see what the situation is.
There you go.
Okay. We got through item 1 and 2 on the.
We are
agenda.
zooming.
I
Got
think some of
a
these.
couple of those small things.
For roads?
These are just FYIs.
Okay.
I received a internet concern about street sweeping. And
Oh, yeah.
Someone wanted to know how they got on the list of street sweeping. We haven't paid for or hired anyone to sweep any streets that I know of, period.
No.
So it could be the homeowners association, it could be a contractor cleaning up where we put a bunch of mulch down, or it could be a lot of different things.
I think one of them was, and I saw it when they came down Swingy Road to do the full depth repair. I think there was a sweeper there, and so it looked like they were they were running it. And
Was it a brush that was just brushing the gravel off, or was
it was a spinning.
Okay.
I would call it street.
If it was one that was doing this sort of stuff, that's picking up the stuff, whereas just a roller brush, just push it off.
I think they were spinning.
And that's possible, but we haven't hired anybody. We've not paid anybody to do it. Now, homeowners association could probably do that without telling us about it and just go off and do it, but to my knowledge, we've not hired anybody to do it.
Did you want to respond to that resident, or do you want Jesse to? I can forward it to Jesse.
Jesse had already was in the process of responding. He had asked me about it. We're working our way through it. We'll get that taken care of.
Well, he's not on this initial email. Do you want me to forward this to him?
If you want to. He had the phone call.
Oh, did they call in as well?
They called him.
Oh, okay.
And sent that email. Another, just FYI, is Tony Turowski, or Anthony Turowski. I sat with him at the BCTA.
Yeah, I saw that.
I reminded him of the meeting that we wanted to have back in February, and he gave us some dates and stuff like that.
Yeah, let's.
And so there's the potential to have that meeting. I've mentioned it to Tom Slack, and he'd like to have the meeting too. So both of them are ready to do it whenever we can arrange it.
So he's recommending the 28th, 26th, 27th, or 29th of June. I can't really do any of those days or times. If it's going to be a daytime, then it would have to be on the 30th.
Am I on that one?
Oh, it doesn't look like you are.
I was gonna say I
Or
don't
Claudia.
remember this.
He didn't send it. It was today. I think he sent it.
Yeah, but it only has you and I on it. Add this and this. And so this would be another special meeting. And I could do the 30th. I have off that day. Or we can either do it after 4:15 or on other days of the week, or we can do it on Friday the 30th. So I can offer back, because I think my schedule
If
is
you've got, well,
maybe
as
more
long as you've
restrictive.
got it, that would work.
Okay.
Wait, is this for all of us?
It would have to be a special meeting, yeah.
I can do 30.
Okay.
Where do you see the 30th? I don't see that.
I'm saying what I can do,
Oh,
because I can't
He
do
didn't
any of
put the
those
30th
times.
on.
No, he didn't, but I'm saying I would like to reply with availability. If it's the daytime, then I have very limited ability to meet. You guys can meet without me, of course.
I think it would be wise for all three of us.
What is this about?
ODOT, to meet with ODOT as a special meeting.
Especially if they're wanting the township to contribute. And the reason why I think they actually want us to contribute is Berkshire did. By a 2-to-1 vote.
They contributed a lot.
I'm going to actually write to the
That's not
resource
why
that
this-
said
that's
that they
not
saw
why this
Berlin
meeting is
Township on the
being
line.
asked.
So.
I was the one that precipitated this meeting. Okay. Nobody had said anything about having a meeting with us until there was 3 or 4 things I was talking to them about.
So, is he anticipating a particular agenda?
Just to get together and talk.
Because I'd like to further explore a couple of things. One is, what are they really thinking about Rollison Road? Because if they bring out Plunkett, does Rollison Road really work anymore? And
Well, what they're thinking about with Plunkett is being just the development.
Right in, right out?
Right in, right out.
Okay,
That's all.
that would not limit then Rollison Road.
And then Rollison Road, wouldn't limit Rollison at all. And they would probably close the crossing from Plunkett and put in J-turns.
No, I don't like that, but they don't care.
I don't, it's not wide enough for the J-turns that they're putting in.
And then, and a concern that I have about the J-turn at Lackey Old State Road, and I've only seen it once, is when the traffic backs up so far that they're in the passing lane stopped. That's an accident waiting to happen.
Sure.
I don't know that they really thought that design out, because as Lackey Old State gets busier, you're gonna have that happen more often.
I know. Those are all good things to talk about. Let's talk about it with them.
Okay.
I can't do anything about it.
Okay, and then the other.
But I agree with
And then, of course, my big bugaboo
That's
is,
in-
Sherman Road.
The turning radius, I know I talked with Brian Miley and Bruce about their truck and trailer and making the J-turn at Dunham Road, because they have to do that fairly often, and he has a lot of trouble. And his dump truck and trailer is not nearly as long as an 18-wheeler.
Well, and, I mean, this is.
The Plunkett Road thing is gonna be 18-wheelers like that.
Yes, and it's not our issue, but that's what they're gonna have coming down in front of McDonald's and at Wilson
Yeah,
Road.
that's gonna be, yeah.
And that's, I mean, the speed of that, because think of how many semis do that.
Oh, I mean, that's huge,
So it's not like an occasional semi, it's like,
because they have the gas stations there.
You got a gas station, then you got a parking lot in the back.
Yeah, they got a parking lot in the back, yeah, I mean, it's huge.
And then you got 3 or 4 restaurants there. Those will eventually, I think that will eventually tie into Foreman's, that doesn't already tie it, the one in the back.
yes, it
should.
should, it should.
And Foreman, you can do it as traffic light.
No, it does tie in. No, that goes to, it only goes to.
Yeah, I've read that. There's a little short section.
It stops.
Yeah, but you know that the Panera Bread, I don't think it's not a road, but it's a parking space. You know, there's I would call it an access road, but it's really a driveway to 2 parking spaces, which gets it to the sign, so that they could keep that sign, otherwise that sign had to come down off of 71. So there's 2 parking spaces in the nowhere land. But the thing is, they'd have to cut that off. And I don't know how, they would think of that.
But those are all fair questions. But that's Berkshire Township.
Yeah, but, yeah.
We don't have to worry about their problems. Another thing that I talked to Tony about was Fairview, Evergreen Memorial, which was the 2 driveways in the front are extremely dangerous for funerals, especially the one in the south where they come in, if they park, if somebody parks real close to the road, it'll back out on the town, which is a horrible situation. And people come from the north, turn in, and that's a bad situation. And I know that the Sherman property, they're looking at developing it. What I'm saying is that maybe we could get access, if they could help. I mean, we can't do eminent domain on it, but maybe they could do eminent domain on it to be able to get right away from the cemetery over there, be able to close the road, 2 things out on 23, maybe even cul-de-sac common land, and that will allow us to get everybody out on a 23 at a red light, out on a red light.
But cul-de-sac and common lane involved Liberty Township, because that's Liberty Township.
Yeah, it's Liberty Township out
Yeah,
there, now where the
houses, right?
Yeah, not where the houses are. And I can't imagine if they wouldn't go along with it.
Right.
Especially if
It's just a
pushing,
but it's,
but from a safety standpoint, and you kind of like doing that sort of thing, so if you can do that, make it a lot safer, maybe you can use that as a model and do some field, do some other things up and down. He was well onto that pretty quickly.
But that's one deal that road agreement that is in our benefit, because we take care of common lane and they take care of drive.
Right.
And if we get rid of the Liberty portion, then they're gonna allow us to.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. The other one that I talked to at the meeting was the sheriff. And the reason I talked to the sheriff is I've gotten at least 3 phone calls. I don't know about anybody else that have been for road problems, not in Berlin Township. We could go on Saturday night, which was for the stop sign on Shanahan Road. And the sheriff called and said the stop sign was down, it was all beat up. And
What, Shanahan North?
it was Shanahan, but it was in the Orange Township sign. So Sam would come in, they put up a temporary sign and got it going and that, but maybe it was me, but the sheriff, I said, we could probably get you a map of what's in Berlin Township, and he saw the humor in that, but he said he understands, and he said one of the things that we should do is always ask exactly where it is. Is it on the north side of the road, south side of the road? Make sure, because we got a lot of places where those things are not our problem, but they just want to get it off of their plate. And so they call, and that's what you're trying to do. So he's suggested that we make sure that we call and ask for, whenever that happens, make sure we ask a few questions. But they call it 2 in the morning, they're just waking up, you don't think about everything.
Right.
Okay, that's all I got on the road department.
I have a couple of road questions. One is, I believe that, I would assume it was the county, but there was a road count being done on Sweeney Road. Because there was a machine, a new machine that they do road counts now. And it just so happened to be, I believe, on the day that all the city directed the traffic down. So if you could get from the county the road count and let them know that we actually know that it was probably that day. Now, they probably took it down that day. And maybe they didn't count it because it wasn't in the time frame, but I'd sure like to have that information regardless. But I'd kind of like to know any road count that they've done in Delaware County.
That would be good to know.
I mean, yes, I mean Berlin, but I actually mean Delaware County too, because I'd kind of like to see where the priorities are without them knowing that. I wouldn't know that information.
Understand.
Okay, the second thing is I had a request on Daleford Road for really basically saying farm telling you what I was asked. So I think what the sign is, it's a picture of a tractor, isn't that what the sign is for?
Yeah, probably.
I said that I would bring it up, that the resident requested that, and I would.
Well, you want one of those tractor signs up? They want one of those tractor signs up?
They want, well, what they really want is for people to slow down because they pull out with a tractor.
They don't read signs.
I'm telling you what was requested, and
it's a feel-good thing.
I knew exactly where you were headed. I told them that we would defer to your judgment, I believe, and I knew that you were not very big on signs. But I told them that I'd bring it up.
Unless they read. Really?
I am telling you what they requested. I'm not advocating for or against it. I'm deferring to your judgment.
Well, and then you put up one, and then another farm wants it, and then another one, and then before you know it, you're maintaining signs that people don't, you can't do for one what you're not willing to do for others.
Since you told me.
I was trying to get out in front of it with her. Here's your soapbox.
A couple of weeks ago, I was going out to Kroger's in Delaware at night, and it was dark. And I was going along on Central Avenue, there east of Liberty Street, and there's a flashing sign there that says 12'7". You know, and it's got two big orange lights on top and bottom. And the lights flash on, so there's always a light on, okay? I couldn't see the sign. I could see the yellow lights, okay? But during the daytime, you can see the sign, you can read the sign, because the lights are not so overpowering, but the lights are so big and so overpowering that you can't see the sign. So I complained to my buddies, and it was Lee Bodnar that I complained to, and Lee wrote, and he wrote a nice letter that said, God, says, you know, do you guys want to take a look at this? And they said, yeah, we'll take a look at it. And then they just wrote a letter back, well, we think we got it fixed. We trimmed the trees, and why trimming the trees is beyond me, because you could see the flashing lights, you could see all that sort of stuff. And it just goes on and on. But what I was trying to do was to help them head off some wire somebody's gonna get the top ripped off the truck, and it's gonna be because that sign couldn't read, that sort of stuff. Anyway, whatever. So, it's not that I'm against signs, if people would pay attention to them, it'd be great.
So how should I respond to this resident?
Sounds like
I'll see
we're
if we got one back
disinclined.
here, if we got one back here, we can put it up. If we don't have one, we'll have to buy one. And by the way, we got a pallet full of signs back there.
Okay.
Do I need to sign it?
Yeah, what is this one for?
The bank stuff.
We don't get the floodgate opened on farm signs. Okay. I had one roads thing I mentioned, got a rather frantic contact on Saturday about a large portion of Cottonwood right off of Ford
East Street.
on East Street, yeah. That was apparently hanging on, I didn't get clarification until a little bit later, but initially it was that it was about to fall into the right of way. I thought the street, got some clarification, it sounded like it wouldn't go into the street, but it was urgent. There was a lot of concern that it would potentially fall and hurt somebody. So did you want to give a quick update on that? And I can get in contact with the.
Jessica got a call on probably Wednesday last week. Went over and took a look at it. I don't know if anybody else went with it or not. The tree is not in the right of way, the limb's not in the right of way. The tree is on the east side of the road, so the normal westerly blowing wind would push the tree toward fall into the people's yard. What it's gonna take is a wind blowing the other way to blow the limb into the street. We said, we're not authorized to go spend money cutting tree limbs in people's yard and that sort of stuff. We can do it if it's a situation where a tree is leaning and it's ready to fall into the street. We can go from a safety standpoint. If this one doesn't appear to be that way. So, and Jesse asked me, he said, what do I do? And I said, do you want to do it? If it's something that's going to damage the road or if you call
Well, that's all we're allowed.
That's how we're allowed to do it, yeah. One point was, the resident said that, I think they mentioned that you had indicated that we don't have a bucket truck to even be able to take down a limb that's hanging. Is that the case, or?
That's true, we don't have one. What we can do, and what Jesse says, we hire the tree people to come and cut.
That's what would be.
They would.
And we've done that when we had to, when it was appropriate.
We've done it quite often, and normally we've got, about $10,000 in the budget to allow the road department to remove any tree that they've got to get rid of at that time.
Yeah.
And if it's half a dozen trees, you do the same thing. And when the fund starts getting low, we add more money to it.
That all makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's not a decision that I normally get involved in, but this is a case where we're working, figuring out what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
And I saw a cottonwood tree, if you go on the east side of the street with a big limb broken head. And we haven't had it all on or anything, but again, it's off the street, off of the right of way, out of the way.
But cottonwoods are a problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of funny, our problem child roads, Sherman and Sweeney have cottonwood issues.
Mm-hmm.
But they fall all the time, not on the road right away, and that's usually the railroad's problem.
Mm-hmm.
But when it hits the the road, it is our
And
problem.
we were talking about Sweeney, and what I was thinking about, I tried to figure out how to fix Sweeney. And there isn't any good way to fix it, and I hate to spend $1.5 million, $2 million to repave it and make it a real street. Because that's what we're talking of. We can chip and seal it, but again, it's still only pavement yay thick. So what we're doing is, what I've been doing is asking that we do in-depth repairs, and when they just contract with the county, and when we've got a section that's bad, we do that section, maybe make it a little bit longer. And if we do it along the side of the road, eventually the two sides will be reasonable and hopefully keep the middle from going. So that's what we did with Everett.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't like that, but it makes sense to me. Until the school comes, and then I think we'll have to decide, and that depends a little bit on how the school decides where they put their drive.
And don't forget, 3C is me. The railroad deal had a railroad station right there at 3637 and Sweeney Road. One of the stations was there, could be either there or in Delaware. And if you put it in Delaware, it's gonna block up traffic for, for a lot of time. So I think it would probably end up being there. And which is gonna make a big deal for us too.
And remember in 2009, when Obama was pushing the rail, they actually, I had no idea why it was, but they proposed putting it on my property. I wasn't happy.
But they, with the push to expand the Amtrak stuff, what they're looking at is that track through there.
Well, I mean, it appears on almost everybody's area. It must, I don't know why. It might be because the road itself is on railroad property, I don't know.
There's lots of union jobs, is what it is.
But it would be nice if they would just took it north of 3637. But I'll tell you why they don't do that, is because it's too high. Because of the overpass is too high. Down Sweeney Road, there's a certain level at where it's low enough that you can do a spur. And they always look at that, because, almost all the way down is too high. For some reason or other.
It starts back almost at curving, you get the elevation to cross over the highway.
Yeah.
Well, they built the railroads at the top of the hill between the rivers. And then they go forget it up at the top, because it won't flood.
Right.
That's why they're up there.
Makes sense.
And they make them as high as they can go. That's fun stuff. Anyhow, that's all I got to say about roads.
Okay. Moving along swiftly. Next up, we have Fairview sign and name change resolution, that's completed. Fairview lot sales. Did we have something on this?
No, nothing other than I've been working with Tony on it. Got nothing more to say.
Okay. Hiring assistant cemetery sexton. I believe that has taken place. No?
We never
We
gave
never,
her.
we never
finalized
did the
it.
final?
Has she given me her paper back? I'll just call her, get it done.
Do you
Well,
want
we
to
need
Don't wanna
say?
get it, we just need to do it.
Yeah, we
She
haven't passed
submitted
it.
everything, we
We
just
haven't
need
passed
to do
a
it.
resolution on it. So you wanna bring forward a motion at this time?
No, she's agreed to take the job, and we're doing that, we just haven't agreed on how we were gonna pay her. I'm thinking salary's the right way to do it. Just like to make sure that works with her.
Okay.
That's all I'm doing.
Okay, so why don't we plan to move forward on this in our continued session on the 26th? Okay. T-shirt policy for non-roads and fire for
You
non-roads.
skipped over the Berlin Township welcome sign.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I actually got reading glasses, you know.
Getting old, huh?
That's what they say, that's what they say. Yes, the design, I don't have completed, however, I did acquire the necessary software to complete it. So, made a little bit of progress on that. I also did get the diameter for the one sign that I was thinking of right off of, as you enter in from Orange Township. However, there was another size that I saw recently, so I'm gonna get the two sizes, because you said we have to do the design according to the right size. So I should actually have something on that on the 26th, for the continued updates.
The claim seemed to be pretty, friendly with having done those. They're familiar. Clean as the people make the signs.
Yeah,
And they will make whatever we want, all that sort of
yeah,
stuff. We just gotta give them the artwork. And whatever artwork we give them, it comes back in the size we give it to them.
yeah, that's been the greatest challenge. It's not designing the sign, it's getting it to the exact right size that it would be if they printed it on there, so.
If you can get it if you can get the design and that sort of stuff, they can probably get it printed at, Staples or anywhere like that.
Well, the issue that I'm having is that if you do it, let's say you do it in the size that it came with, like that came in, well, when you expand it, it makes it fuzzy. So I have to, it's not, the resize doesn't work because the pixelation still has to be detailed. So I'll figure it out soon. T-shirt policy for non-road and.
Let me make a suggestion. Staples does the banners. you see all the time, or there's several places that does those. We get the banner kind of things, the 2 foot by 2 foot that says, you know, garage sale today or whatever, and maybe they can do something like that,
Yeah, maybe.
whatever,
Um,
whatever. Cheers.
what they do is they just expand the image though.
Mhm.
The image is the problem because you have to go in and use a different software to make that image retain the pixelation when it's expanded, so it doesn't get fuzzy. You know what I'm talking about? So the challenge is that we don't have the design in a format other than PDF. So you convert that over into some kind of
Understand.
image that you can edit, and then you resize it and it makes it blurry. Or maybe it's just my eyes, I don't know.
No, I imagine that.
But I'll figure it out. And maybe Staples will, if nothing else, have the ability to do something that I can't do.
The aspect ratio, pixel resolution.
That's right, that's exactly what it is, so.
That's why I didn't want to do it.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll get it.
So is there a way to get a true color of the green and the blue? Because, you know, I look at different computers and I see different colors. And and the reason why I want it is because of our new fire truck. I would like our fire truck to capture our township, but I really want to know what that green is and what that blue is to.
I have sent to the fire chief the exact, and I'll send what I sent to Egelhoff too, right now.
But, you know, depending on what computer I'm on,
I know.
So.
But it's blue 294 Pantone coded and green 349 Pantone coded. So, I mean, it is a true color that we have. This is the image that I'm trying to get blown up. These have true colors that are branded and associated with them. And so if you go and you like look up like 294 blue Pantone, and you do like an equivalency, then it has an associated hex code color. That's oftentimes, like that's the color that's used in the wheel on Word.
Is it always Pantone or whatever?
No, Pantone is certain styles, so then it could be either Pantone or hex code or PMS. So like this is, and then these convert over into slightly different things depending on what software you use. That's why you see it a little bit differently if they're using the right color. But let's say you have the color that you want to change it to, you have an image and you have it in Word and you want to change that color. You go to the color wheel and you type in the hex code number and it goes to that blue. Does that make sense? A little bit.
It makes sense. I don't know that I can do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so 294 blue Pantone, and what was the green?
The green was 349.
And that's also Pantone.
Yeah, and then you can look on Google. They have a conversion if there's another software that doesn't do the Pantone colors. Because there's hex codes colors too, but they're apples to apples once they get the code. Okay. T-shirt policy for non-road, and this will be non-fire employees, so non-road and non-fire employees. So I had hoped to have the shirts for you guys, gentlemen, tonight, but we had to order the Nike shirt that you had approved, and then I did order because you said you liked the Russell Athletic one. I ordered that one. What size are you by chance? Do you want to write down what size you think I should order for that? And then I have mine, so what I'll do is I'll show you these, but the policy is perfectly fine to me. Did you guys review that policy ever at any point?
I did, I was okay with it.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to review the policy?
I haven't reviewed it.
Okay, but let me then bring it up, because it's been a while. And then they did provide, Egelhoff provided the pricing for the patching. Did you see that? So it was 50 patches for $7 each, or 100 patches for $5.50 each. And the patches are the blue patch. It'll be this patch with the green outline, but there will be no white in between for the patch.
Okay.
Right here. So it'll be the blue and then the green, and then I set the colors, the exact colors to her, and asked them to get us close. And then the patch will go, it's a 3.5-inch patch, so it's a pretty good sized patch. And I described to her what would go on: shirts, bibs, coats, jackets. She said that they have all that supplies also that they can order. And so I brought the large apparel book. It's in the back office. So if the guys want to go through and look at what they have available, and then, or you can bring in that item and they'll stitch it on for you for, I don't know, I think she said like pretty low cost expense. I want to say it was less than $10 to get the patch on, whenever we bring it.
Do we need to copyright that?
We should. I had written just a few people about copywriting and then doing the trademark on the logo and the colors because of the Olentangy experience you mentioned. I'll write that down too.
Or registered as a trademark?
So that way they'll start seeing t-shirts sprout up. Okay. So are you good with that patch price? Do you want 50 or 100?
What's the difference in price?
100 at $5.50. So that would be $550. $550. Or 50 at $7 each, which is $350.
Well, 50 is gonna get us a long ways.
Okay, so you're good with it, with 50 at 7? Oh, and then it says if we were to sew them on each time, it would be $4 per patch. So if we do 50, then we'll do $3.50 plus the $4 fee. Does that sound good? So that would be.
$7 plus $4, $11. So that'd be $650.
Yeah, so, 11 times 50, right? And then plus tax. 550. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Did we provided the tax exempt certificate already to Egelhoff, right? Did you pay the invoice?
I don't have one, so.
You never got an invoice from Norma Egelhoff? For Egelhoff?
Not that I know of, but if I did, I paid it, because I don't have anything pending.
I just want to know if she sent you one, because I thought she indicated she had.
Yes. She hasn't cashed it.
She doesn't cash it, but she
may have
received it.
lost it. I don't know if she received it.
And there's no tax on that, right? We provided, I think we provided the tax exemption items for her. Okay, so our apparel policy was, we had, tier 1, which was 2 of the township selected shirt items not to exceed $35 per item. Or tier 2, which was 1 of the township selected shirt items not to exceed $70. Or tier 3, which is 1 of the township selected apparel items not to exceed $150. Tier 3 must be purchased directly through the apparel provider at employee, elected official, or volunteer's own cost. Then we have full-time employees. So full-time employees, this is outside of roads, and so I'll make certain to caveat that. Wishing to rent apparel may choose from either tier 1 or tier 2 noted above. Full-time employees are permitted to purchase tier 3 apparel directly from the apparel provider and may keep any tier 3 apparel upon completion of full-time work. Full-time employees selecting to rent the apparel shall have it provided by the township and sign an apparel consent agreement that the apparel be returned to the township upon discontinuing full-time employment. Alternatively, full-time employees may opt to purchase the apparel directly from the township provider for any of the tiers and do not need to return it upon completion of full-time employment. Part-time employees / volunteers. Part-time employees are not eligible for apparel rental. However, part-time employees and volunteers are permitted to purchase tier 1 and tier 2 items directly from the township's apparel provider. Elected officials. Elected officials, trustees, and fiscal officer may be provided with tier 1 or tier 2 by the township and do not need to return the apparel upon completion of their tenure. Elected officials are permitted to purchase tier 3 apparel directly from the apparel provider and may keep any tier 3 apparel upon completion of their tenure. Is there anything I'm missing in that? Are you guys good with it? So this is apparel policy for non-roads and non-fire employees, elected officials, employees, and volunteers. Are you okay with this, trustee board?
Volunteers.
Volunteers, part-time employees, oh, and it's actually, yeah. Part-time employees and volunteers are categorized together, so that would be our Parks and Trails Board, Advisory Board.
So they have to buy their own.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Okay, so I'm gonna send this to everyone real quick, just so that everybody has it for reference still. This is non-road and non-fire apparel policy. Okay, move to adopt the policy related to non-road and non-fire employees. Yeah.
Is it too late to change it for 50 versus 100? It's only $200 difference for the second 50, so.
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
let's do the 100.
I haven't brought forward that motion yet.
Yeah.
So is that a different one than the following?
He was talking about patches. I'm just talking about the apparel policy.
Okay. Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Okay, and move to appropriate, I'm sorry. What was this? Sorry. Hold on.
Judd?
No, the patches you were saying? What do you wanna do? You wanna do 100?
Yeah, because the second 50 is $2 a piece.
Right.
Or $4 a piece, they're considerably cheaper.
Okay.
So in your motion that you're going to make, are you going to include the cost of selling in the motion?
Yes, I'm going to include the cost of selling the motion, so hold on. I have to get back to it, yeah.
So it's 5 or 550?
550,
So 550 plus 4?
yeah.
So 950, so it'd be $950.
Okay, move to appropriate, $1,000 with the anticipated amount of $950 to Egelhoff for the purposes of 100 patches and the cost to sew on those patches each time.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
So are you gonna appropriate money for the shirts too?
We had already appropriated, I believe, up to $500 before. So, but I think it would be, didn't we, last year?
I think so, but that's not gonna cover this.
No. So,
And also, if it was last year, the PO is probably gone.
yeah. So let's see. 1,000? 1,500? Move to appropriate $1,500 to Egelhoff for the purposes of apparel for full-time employees that are non-roads and non-fire employees, as well as elected officials.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. Okay. We can take t-shirt polish off. The patches, I'm going to, a long time coming, eh? I feel like that's a celebration. The patches, I'm going to get the patch example, and I will bring that to the next meeting before we go into that full production of those patches, and we are moving right along with that. Jed, there were a number of questions that were brought up by one of our partners' representation in their council, not Concord's. Concord's not holding anything up. We're not holding anything up. There were just a number of questions going back and forth between Shawnee Hills and our representation. So as far as I know, those things should be resolved soon. In addition, you did see Monica Connor's email related to the JED. It's my understanding that there was a discussion with TNR Properties and a number of representatives from the county last week. And one of these items that came up was the discussion around the JED, and that Monica Connor said that they would be willing to provide this kind of numbering to anyone who comes in to the business park related to JED costs. And I think that would actually be very helpful for applicants to be able to provide that information as well. I will also be meeting with Commissioner Benton on Wednesday. I don't know if it's related directly to the JED, but it's an outcome of the conversation that TNR Properties had with the county, and I believe that Commissioner Benton was at that meeting at that time, so. Okay, grant writer, I've not followed up because we have not had a need. However, this OPWC opportunity that was mentioned earlier related to Shanahan, grant and loan for OPWC, is that something that we would potentially want a grant writer to be engaged with?
We've been able to do it alone on.
I've done it in the past, but the county engineer's gonna do it. Has to be done electronically, and they got the forms filled out and all that. It's changing as far as the way you do it.
Okay. When I did it, and we're talking 2006,
It was a lot of work.
or 5. Yeah, and the thing that held it up the most was finding out the LMI.
You can get that real quick from Scott Sanders.
I hope.
I always got it passed, and it's 10 years old. Right now.
As long as they're happy with it,
Yeah.
I don't care.
That's not,
But
no points for it.
Yeah. But it was something that I worked months to get that one stinking number.
Is that something we want to, I mean, if we know.
I don't think that's something that,
we need to worry about right now.
I don't think it's something that we need him to accomplish.
Oh,
It's
okay.
one of the few grants that are
Yeah.
straightforward.
Yeah.
Maybe not easy, but it's straightforward.
Yeah, okay.
But I think especially with park and trails, that's something.
Yeah, but that one really won't kick in until next year, earliest.
And then if he knows of fire
Good night.
issues, that would be helpful too. Because we're going to have to spend money on an aerial potentially, and so that's $2.5 million. So,
Yeah, I mean, the JED money, for example, that comes in from the business park, I mean, when you think about what the actual, like, let's say we bring in $250,000 or $500,000. Well, we have a $2 million, truck that needs to be serviced or aerial. I mean, that's gonna be what, $3 million probably?
well, by the time it's delivered, it'll probably be $3 million. But, the other issue is you have to remember, you have an area, well, you have to staff it.
Right.
So it's
The
not
cost,
just $2.5 million.
It's also the cost of staffing that, and so now you have, let's say, $2.5 million, plus you have to add additional folks who are trained in that and pay them, and by the time that $500,000, you're talking that you already are in 15 years before you're just paying off the aerial and the salary to man the aerial.
Well, and remember that first $500,000 isn't going to come to anybody.
Yeah, right. It's just off the top.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yes, on the one hand, we need that, but on the other hand, it actually, I mean, we need it for everything. So, okay. So why don't we put grant writer on hold for the next, maybe just remove it from the agenda items for now. I will get some of those questions answered, but we just don't have the opportunities that would be, I think, that would justify the initial startup fees and some of the other things that are related to utilizing him at this time in a productive way. Okay. Moving right along. Comp plan update, that has been given to zoning at this time. And they are working through it, is my understanding. So you can remove that from the agenda moving forward until zoning brings it forward. Fiber.
So I want to talk to Tiffany offline, because she's not directly involved with the decision-making on Cheshire Road. But she knows how to persuade me in some of the things that the county wants. And that's not something I want to do in a meeting.
Okay.
So this was really meant, do I want the fire chief involved in it? I don't know whether I do or not yet, but I want to do a little offline talking first, where people aren't on the spot.
Okay, it's my understanding that she had mentioned that they had given that recommendation to hang it in poles, so.
But they're still wanting things from us.
Yeah.
And I want that from them.
Yeah. Sounds like it will be a productive conversation.
I hope it is.
Yeah.
I don't know that it is, but I do hope it is.
Okay, thank you for the update. Let's keep fiber on there then. Okay. Fire department, I know we already covered it. I did want to ask about the applications and also if you guys have made any progress with the assistant chief position.
No. But I do hope to have some answers after the 22nd.
Okay, is that the deadline?
No, that's
When you meet?
collective bargaining.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so we've already gone through fire department requisitions, fiscal officer items.
Bank statement, balanced.
Okay.
We did the bank depository.
Great, making great progress here. Cemetery, we've already covered everything, I believe. I will say, I think that we have made significant progress in our timeliness and responsiveness to all of our residents from all of our cemeteries. Very delighted to have answers coming through. And I did mention that issues log, you know, because the descriptions, the issues, the descriptions, the solutions, all good. But it's all in disparate emails right now coming through at different times and in different ways. So it might be beneficial, and I'm not sure if the intern could even help with this, that's helping out with some of the Fairview stuff. But if there's some mechanism, a spreadsheet or Google Doc or something like that, that we can consolidate these things into to just say, issue, you know, open this date, here's what it is, here's the date it's closed or resolved, and here's what the solution is. I think that would help us get a good trajectory moving forward, how we're historically solving for these various issues, to have that institutional knowledge, if you will, related to Fairview.
One thing on the cemetery.
I'm sorry.
We got the fireproof file cabinet.
Oh, good.
It's on behind the truck. And what I was looking at was the space, taking the trustee's desk and sliding it down about 6 or 8 inches and then putting the file cabinet in.
That's totally fine, but I will tell you that when they installed the carpet, that desk almost just collapsed completely and imploded. Like it's so unstable. So even moving it, like it might just, but
I mean, it's either,
good luck.
I mean, it should be in the dumpster or.
It really should.
I think that.
It's lived a long life.
I don't think anybody uses it, and it's really useless.
I'm happy to get rid of it if I would love to get rid of quite a few things. So I could label gov, bids, trash, and go around and do that if that would be helpful.
Record retention policies coming up there. Yeah, there's certain things we can get rid of, certain things we can't get rid of.
Yeah, I think the desk is one of them that we can get rid of. And the monitor that's in there from 1988.
Took home a stack.
Museum?
Our museum.
Took home a stack of papers about that thing today. We just emptied some notebooks and stuff and got it out of the pocket. It's not much, but I'll burn it because this is the easy way to get rid of it. Shredding it takes forever. And just get rid of
Well, I'm having a shred company come in and got boxes, because I've cleaned that
That's great.
room out. And I keep telling people, if you've got anything, let me know so I can figure out exactly how many boxes, and nobody's coming to me. So I'm just gonna
I wasn't aware.
come in and.
I have a bunch of our binders that aren't the official binders. You can get rid of those, right?
Yeah, because they're not
the official record, yeah. I'd love to do that, and that's part of the records retention.
I don't know that those have.
Those don't have to be shred because they're not.
No, but I just, the shredding, they typically do the recycling and all that, and I don't like it. I'm not gonna do that myself. I prefer to just.
Or the bin back there.
I don't know. No. I'm not like super recycle conscientious, but there's something that feels weird about throwing paper into the trash. No?
It's still going in the trash, whether it's.
Recycle,
tiny-
recycle.
Well, that, no, the bin back there is a recycle.
Oh,
bin.
that recycle bin.
Recycle bin.
I thought you were meaning the bin in there. Okay. So is there consensus that we should just get rid of that desk then? Okay, just get rid of the desk. And then you have all the room you need for the file cabinet. Okay.
Because it's a safety issue too, if it's gonna collapse. I mean,
It de-
and
I
it's
mean-
not used, it's just, it needs to go.
Yeah. I think, so, I mean, it stores the phone on it, so I think we just need a little stand for the phone or something. But that's fine.
Just
Okay.
make sure you do an inventory sheet on it to take it out of inventory.
We can get rid of the desk, but we need to throw it away. Okay, give it away.
Right.
Right.
I think this desk predates the requirement for inventory.
Well, it's probably still in inventory
kidding,
though,
just
so
kidding.
it just needs to be.
So is there something that it has like a sticker on it or something like that?
Just be desk in trustee's office.
Okay.
It's on the inventory. So I have one other cemetery issue.
Yeah.
We were tasked with looking at the fence, IGFS.
Yeah.
So I looked at it. I didn't care for it. I thought it was good for that cemetery, but it looks institutionalized. It does not convey what I want conveyed. I would rather have no fence. I'd be okay with no fence, and if we needed a demarcation, maybe some kind of evergreen trees might be a good way to go. I don't know if there's little evergreens, because it doesn't have to be a big evergreen tree, it could be just a little shrub.
Well, they have like dwarfs, like Norway spruce dwarfs or blue spruce dwarfs that don't get,
Yeah. So I would prefer that personally, but that's just my opinion.
what say you?
Okay.
I like the idea of evergreens as part of rebranding effort, if you will. And then people might say, oh, we call it evergreens and it has evergreens, a nice association. So, who do we want to talk to about getting evergreens put in lieu of a fence?
We're at, Fairview?
Evergreen
Yeah,
Memorial.
everything. I'm sure, Mr. Grove would help us. Because he's the one, he supplied the trees back there, did a good job, and that's.
What's his name?
Grove, GROVE. And it's on Pike, he lives on Pike Road, almost across from the temple, says trees for sale.
Oh, yeah. You're speaking of
But he might not have the species we're looking for, but.
dwarf
He's
evergreens.
probably got species that's good for here, for this part of Ohio. The nurseries, you go to Oakland Nursery and a lot of those places, they sell all kinds of things that won't grow, or it'll grow for a year or two, and then
Or the deer.
the bugs get it, the diseases and stuff get it.
Yes, and,
Like blue spruces are beautiful, birch trees are beautiful, but they all die.
yeah, our evergreens around our house, neighbors got the bug that, the green, and then they make like a cocoon kind of thing out of needles. Almost killed them.
But you can get
the sacks.
So I had to spray it and things like that.
Yeah.
And
pick 'em
then they
off.
were okay,
Yeah.
but it was.
If you don't get it in time, yeah.
We had that trouble down at the fire station with the evergreens behind the salt barn and stuff. If you look at them, they're dying, but we've been putting poison on them. And it's a systemic poison that's available. It's, you can buy it at Menards or anywhere it's available to. And that will make a big difference. I was losing a bunch of home and it made a big difference there. It's not cheap. It's not cheap, but and it's real easy to do. Put it on. You just put the powder on it. If you want to, you can mix it with water and do all that, or you can just put powder on, let the rain soak it in. It comes up through the roots and goes bugs. It's systemic.
Can Jesse or Tim reach out to Grub or get on the Evergreen project rather than replacing it with a fence, lining with evergreens?
We can talk to him. He's gonna wanna know what we want, or he's gonna need to take a look at it. He's more than happy to do that.
Jesse or Tim?
Pardon?
Jesse or Tim?
Tim.
Okay. So, dwarf evergreens, every 10 or 50, every 10 feet?
I don't think they have to be real close.
I don't think so either.
In fact, I don't want it too close.
You want to be able to see through a little bit. So, 12 feet, because does their radius go to typically?
What do you want, like white pines, or do you want something else?
Something else.
I mean, have you guys got something in mind that you want to put there? Or you want to make a recommendation?
I'd like them to kind of make a recommendation too, because we don't want it to roots get into the grave area too much. And I'm not a tree expert. I know what I like, but what I like might not be appropriate.
You know, I'd like to find a bunch of arborvitae, but the deer we don't want. Everything you put out.
Well, you know, green giant arborvitae, green giant thujas, they grow and they grow very straight up and they look kind of evergreeny.
Those very tall things that are common to cemeteries, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Because that has a cemetery look and feel.
Yeah, that's what, it's, I think it's called green giant.
See if he knows anything that's deer resistant.
Yes.
I mean, he's right there, he knows what's going on out on 23 is the same thing's going on in his house.
Here's the green giant thujas.
Yeah, I like those.
And they are very hardy. They don't get eaten by deer. They are drought tolerant. They are.
Are they swamp tolerant?
Yeah. Let me just type it in here. I think they're one of the more tolerant thujas. Swampy. Let's see here. Evergreens for wet, soggy soils. Emerald arborvitae.
Talk to Jesse, see what we can do. And like, we're thinking like 6 foot tall, something like that.
They don't have to be tall to start with.
It has to be what?
Tall to start with. I don't want to spend a lot of money on all of them, but.
Some reasonable 5 or 6 foot in that range.
I'd be okay with shorter even to start with, you know. But
well, and then thujas grow pretty fast. I mean, green giant's one of the faster growing thujas. It will grow like, I think they said waywards of 18 inches a year to 2 feet a year. So after 3 years, that will be very robust if they don't get the bugs.
Yeah.
Often found in the wild, growing in wet areas. So I think I'll be all right. But yeah, so maybe have them look into different variations. That would be good. But I like that as a proposed solution because it's very in keeping with the name and that kind of thing. Is there any update on the sign too? Sign for Evergreen Memorial. The sign for Evergreen Memorial.
We'll get those. We'll work with that. I mean, he's there, if we need something else, we can get it later.
Okay. And then, the sign for Evergreen Memorial,
Still working on.
still working on that, okay. Good, good. All right, trustee items. Met with Olentangy, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Meyer, and Dr. Debrico were present this evening. I didn't hear any specific considerations for the board related to TIF, more just points for clarification. Is that you guys' understanding? Were there any considerations that you heard that we should thoughtfully consider related to their comments or questions?
Well, I thought it was nice if they were interested. They didn't seem to have any opposition, so I think we should adopt it.
Very good. Let's bring up that. Chris did a resolution for us, right?
You have a copy there, don't you?
I'll put it in Word, but it won't come out for me to be able to make changes to it, so.
Okay, and then what resolution number is this?
It'll be 230623.
Okay, move to adopt resolution 230623, declaring improvement to certain real property be a public purpose and exempt from real property taxes, identifying certain public infrastructure improvements that are a public purpose and once made will directly benefit that real property, requiring owners of that real property to make service payments in lieu of taxes, establishing a township public improvement tax increment equivalent fund and related authorizations therein.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. So you want us to go ahead and sign this copy?
Very productive. Okay.
Now I don't have to mail any of that stuff, because that was already done, right?
No, you do have to.
You have to mail, yeah.
So you have to copy it and send it.
Who do I send it to?
It's in here, I think, Department of Taxation, I think.
Oh,
Where you sent it.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I didn't have to send it to Olentangy and all those places.
No, they already have the copy.
They were served notice, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, township specialist position. So, I've thought about this and I would, like to move forward with posting a township specialist position. I think that there's enough of generalist items to have, up to, not to exceed 25 hours per week, but items related potentially to helping out with recording issues with Evergreen Memorial, with preparing resolutions for the board's consideration. For example, tonight, if we would have had somebody aggregating, and having these and wordsmithing, we wouldn't have to do it in real time here.
And in that, I would like them to consider for and against. So, for instance, a prepared resolution for us to consider, not to adopt, but to consider
Yes.
adopting, for zoning, for the zoning and against the zoning, so that it's not telling us what to do, but giving it to us so that it's very cogent with the whereases. we tend not to do the whereases, and they're not necessarily required, but they do help from time to time.
Well, yeah, they do. And then, I agree. And then, did you have other items that you thought the township specialist position could, help support?
Well, I think that they could gather information specifically from the county. Now, not presenting our position, but in gathering information for us so that because staff will talk to staff, right?
Right.
And so they can get an idea of really where, let's say, the county engineer's office is. But I don't want them to represent what our position is. But I want them to gather the information so that we can make a good, informed decision.
Like a great example of that, I mean, it's not just with the county, but that is a great example, but it could also be with, for example, ODOT, in the Sunbury Parkway Exchange. I heard that Berlin Township had a line item in the funding source. I do not have time to go and track down where it was, when it was, within a small window of opportunity. So just heard about it recently, didn't have time to get to it before this meeting. Township specialists could track down that information, get that documented so that we show up and are more prepared for, thoughtful consideration.
Now, this would be more of a responsibility, is that they would inform all three trustees and the fiscal officer. Now, it may be, let's say it's a zoning issue, you'll be the one that the email's directed to, but they'll carbon copy us so that we aren't responding to what they're saying to us.
But you're informed.
But we're informed. And the same thing with fire and with roads and cemeteries. So I want them to be cognizant that they are to inform all of us, even though the liaison will be the one directing those activities.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, and honestly, if they send it to trustees, the trustees email, it goes to all of us, but we know who the person is that's following up. It's the same with the issues log, we get that email in. If it says roads and maintenance, it says roads and maintenance, the Ron responds. If it says zoning, I respond. If it says fire, you respond. I think there's
So we're looking to create a job description?
we have a job description for it, actually. So I was just gonna bring that up. And basically, what you guys want to have added into that job description, like we just said, we'll have added into the job description. Of course, that comes up under other duties as assigned anyway, right? But I'd like to be specific in terms of how the township specialist position is different, for example, than Kathy's position, but it's also complementary. So I envision them being able to fill in when Jake and Kathy can't have the zoning office open, for example. So doing some cross training on permits and uses and zoning, some of that general knowledge stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Possibly even doing meeting minutes.
I was just gonna say, because Teresa's not gonna be available for a while, and
yes.
Okay, so the pay range is the only other item for consideration. I was thinking between 20 and 24, depending on experience.
Well, I think that's an appropriate range, but I don't want to commit to high or low. It really would depend on their skill set.
Are you okay with 20 to 24, depending on the experience and skill set?
I'm willing to try it, and if it doesn't work, we change it. That's great if we can get it, but when I look at what township administrators are making,
I agree with you, yes.
it's
Yes.
dramatically different.
Yes, And this might be a training for a county, township administrator, but it's not, because I don't want them to be representing this position, representing what we are going to do.
I understand. I'm just saying that, you know, if we're looking for a clerk, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for someone to do something, you know, and to be able to think and chew gum and walk at the same time.
Well, they're going to have to have a writing skill set in order to write those resolutions.
Sure.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and I was actually wanting to bring this up in terms of the reporting structure. I would actually like to, we don't have to do it right now, but I'd like to consider this position actually reporting up potentially through Jake. And have it be something where maybe he takes on some more administrative tasks related to functions outside of zoning.
I'd be willing to try it, but I don't want to commit to it long term.
Sure.
And I'd want that made clear to him so that if it's taken away from him, he doesn't feel,
Slighted.
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, the zoning inspector's gotta be the priority position, and if we need to backstop them with an assistant one, then we do that. That position is very important.
Yeah.
And becoming more so.
Mhm.
Well, it always was. It's not more important than it was before, but the work is more is more time consuming than it was.
It's more exacting.
It's more time consuming and more exacting, and that's why I think a township specialist that can also compile, organize, get facts together could be very beneficial there as well.
Yes.
But thinking through some of the similar stuff, you know, you train that individual, for example, on the iWork software. So we're also getting tools to make the zoning inspector job more efficient as well.
Yes.
And I think a township specialist could really help in that area, but also help in these other areas. So willing to try it, I think, is a great way of saying it, because the reality is that some of it may just be so far out of the purview of Jake's role and responsibilities that it just doesn't make sense at some point. You know, it's really needs to report to a trustee, for example.
Right. Well, and I would say this, I think, that if the position were to report to a trustee, I would think it would be to the chair.
That's what I was gonna say.
So that their allegiance is not to a trustee, but to
Correct.
the position, and since we rotated, they know that they can't irritate any one of us. Or rather, they have to irritate all of us.
Yes, indeed.
And let me say, while we're talking about it, be willing to consider a person to help the fiscal officer out the same kind of way.
Yeah.
What does that, the fiscal officer?
Hmm?
Did you say the fiscal officer as
To
well?
help if-
Yes, and I'm happy
I
to,
thought I want someone who's willing to get with someone.
I think it would make a lot of sense, but it wouldn't be the same person necessarily.
Right, and
Or
especially,
maybe it could if it was two different roles.
it could be if you wanted that, but I tend to think it would be better for separate people, because I tend to think that once the jet gets rolling, that you're gonna have more paperwork that somebody else should be doing.
I agree.
I know I'm blindsiding Claudia, but what I wanted to do was just say, if we can figure out a way to help her out some, I think that's would be very good because of the growth of the township.
Well, and this has to play into our succession planning, which is on there, but you know, we have to build a structure that is more accommodating to the appropriations of our roles. If we're all spending 15 to 20 hours a week chasing down things that really are not necessary items to be chased down by elected officials. Doing tasks that really are not, it's not that, I mean, we all can operate at every level and we're very talented in that way. But we really need to be able to offload this and build out the structures to sustain the growth and support.
Right.
Independent of if you are here or you are here or I'm
Exactly.
here, so.
Because we're all expendable.
Yeah, yeah. But right now, we really can't pluck out one of you guys without losing a huge cost to the township. Same with you. I'm very concerned at the end of this year, right? I mean, we have, well, next year technically, but we have to be able to build out a structure under you so that we're not in a deep, deep hole, starting afresh with, we don't need to start fresh that way. So I think operations specialist good. I think assistant, different or supplemental, from when Teresa can't be there for you is great too.
Well, and I tend to think of, and I think Teresa does very well at what she's been asked to do.
Yeah.
But I envision somebody more who you could delegate doing some of the UAN stuff to. And I don't think she wants to do that. And so that's a different person, and that probably will be also kind of like this position of perhaps a little more expensive because they've got liability, and so they're gonna have.
And that's the thing is, I'm responsible for the UAN and the money and everything. So to just give it to somebody and say, here, can you do this for me? And then they screw it up, I'm the one cleaning it all up.
Yes.
So it's difficult. And I have, everything's on this computer. How do two people share a computer?
Right.
But I mean, Orange Township does it.
Yeah, they
Township does it, but they're, and Genoa does it, but they're all a little bit different from each other, and you have to do what you're comfortable with, right? And with whom you're comfortable with.
And that is important. So we have the Berlin Township Operations Specialist right now, and right now in the job description is listed as full-time. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to,
If we're gonna make it part-time, we want it under 1,500 hours in a year.
is 25 under 15?
I don't know.
I thought it was. We do 25. Yeah, 1,300.
Okay. So I would be willing to go up to 1,500, but I would not be willing to go above 1,500.
Let's just start easy at 25 hours that we are assuredly under, because maybe there's a week or two where,
Well, that's my point, because at 1,500, I would want them to stop working.
That's right. That's right. So, what are we gonna do? We're gonna open the position. We're gonna open this position at 25 hours a week. Currently, one does not exist, so we're gonna, okay. Move to post the Berlin Township Operations Specialist position at a part-time for up to 25 hours per week at a range of $20 to $24 with the description listed within our employee handbook and the additions of crafting resolutions, curating information for various departments, potentially creating or completing meeting minutes and other cross-training and functions for departments as needed.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
Real,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
And I think next meeting, I'd like to talk about that reporting structure a little bit more and maybe go into executive session to talk specifically about different pathways for promotion and that kind of hiring and those kinds of things.
I don't think we can.
We can for a specific person.
For a person,
Yeah, that's what I'm
but
talking
not
about.
for a position.
No, I'm talking about a specific person.
For a person in a position.
Yes.
Okay, That we can do.
Yes. Okay.
Records retention.
Records retention. So, this came up recently that, we have a policy, but we are not adhering to that policy. So I want to talk through how we can make certain that we are adhering to that policy. We have, you mentioned a shred company coming in related to, the paper documents only.
Checks and whatever is back in the
Checks.
storeroom.
Okay.
So I think you should clarify how we're not doing it, because people might misinterpret what you're saying.
Okay. I don't know how we're not doing it, so I wanted clarification myself.
Well, in that we are retaining documents beyond what we are supposed to.
Oh, right. Well, so the records retention policy, we are exceeding it. We're not sticking to it. So we have, for example, 1 year for audio. Now, I heard that it was not 1 year for audio, but was at whatever time the meeting minutes were transcribed, then the audio would be destroyed. Did you hear that at one point?
So that is in the resolution from the 1990s, I believe. But I think what we have to do is not confuse that resolution with the records retention. And I don't know what the records retention says, but what you just described is what the original resolution was.
Okay, so what is our record retention related to retaining audio files?
There's a lot of these, that's the problem, there's so
There are.
many things that, and then you gotta look them up, because one might be a year, one might be 2 years, one's 60 years. So every item you pick up, you have to look and say, well, how long am I allowed to keep this?
Right.
And it's just going through and cleaning stuff up all the time.
And one of the questions that I would have for the prosecutor, when the prosecutor has nothing to do, is to go through our records retention and see if the laws have changed on various things and how long we need to keep things.
Right. So there was a resolution in the 90s related to retaining audio files for the period until which the meeting minutes were transcribed, and then the audio file would be destroyed.
Because the purpose of the audio
Was for the meeting minutes.
No, it was for facilitating the writing of the meeting minutes.
Mhm.
It was never meant as the meeting minutes. It was just to help the person who was typing up the meeting minutes to be able to do that.
Correct. And is that still the case?
Well, that resolution is still on the books. But I don't know if is a resolution that is superior to it in our records retention. That's what I'm saying.
And who can provide that information?
It would be in our records
This is
retention.
tape recordings of trustee minutes, incorporate into official minutes, then retain in 1 year.
So that-
Audio and video.
So that would take precedent over the original resolution.
So after 1 year of when the meeting minutes are approved,
No, that's not what it says. Incorporated into official minutes, then retained for 1 year.
right,
So-
but the wording incorporated into official minutes. So that's not when the meeting was held.
Right.
That's when the
Right, now
notes
we
are.
approve them.
Yeah, so that's when you have transcribed them and then plus 1 year. But the only safe way to know exactly when you transcribe them would be when they're actually approved, right?
I would interpret it that way.
So it would be 1 year from the date of approval. That's what we're working with.
So that would mean what we're doing right now, filming, those should be destroyed after 1 year.
That's where I'm going with this.
And that's the audio and the
Because the video is the same as the audio. So at the conclusion but it's not 1 year after recording, it's not 1 year from today. It'll be 1 year from the the day that we approve the minutes for this meeting.
That's how I would interpret it.
Is that how you would interpret it?
I mean, I would actually interpret it as once it's been written down, but you don't really know what date
Exact
that
date.
is, except for the approval.
Okay. Okay, so that's the clarification question. And then the files, different files, I know that, you know, if we have some paper documents need to be retained for longer than other paper documents, so we don't need to get into that minutia, but, is there resources or anything that we need to do now to make certain that we're caught up with that retention policy related to video and audio? So like, you just destroy that audio from.
They're just saved on here and we just delete them.
Just delete them, okay. And you do that how often? Monthly?
Think about it.
When you think about it, okay. So, I think I'd like, I guess, more clarification on how we intend to implement that, because I think there's a liability, particularly if we have, you know, meetings that are summations, and we're getting more into the summation phase of the meeting minutes, because we now have the video file that people can watch. So if that becomes more and more of a summary that, you know, I don't want there to have to be these kind of two rather disparate things that are existing for multiple years.
So did we do a resolution in regards to this video on minutes? We just decided to keep our current position, so we didn't take a vote on changing anything.
No, the official minutes are still what we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna be word for word of a meeting.
Yeah, but that's not what's required.
Right.
That's a transcription.
Right.
So if we had a hearing, we could hire a transcriptionist, but that's hiring a transcriptionist.
Right. Right. Okay. So anything after a year of the approval date, is all of that up to date and destroyed then for audio at this point in time, other than what may be having to be retained?
Probably in the last 2 or 3 months haven't been done yet.
Okay. And then we'll start doing that with video too. So we have to destroy the video on YouTube and on Facebook.
Do that.
Okay.
Do they have a thing where they just drop off after so long?
No, they don't, but I'm trying to think if maybe we could have, because it would have to be a year after the approval of the minutes. So I don't know that we could have like a regular calendar that's like, you know, keep on the news feed or whatever for 1 year.
But you
The
could-
way I do the minutes is I usually have them done by the next meeting. So you're talking 2 weeks after that meeting. But when they get to be long like this, I can't get them done in 2 weeks.
But if you.
So if you can go, you know, from the time the meeting was a month later, you know, they're probably approved. But like the April
Probably.
ones just got approved tonight, so.
Probably, so we would know for sure 18 months out. So if you could have an automatic removal after 18 months, you would know, you wouldn't have.
I feel like that's too long of a window for potential liability in that additional 6 months.
I don't think it takes 6 months, but 2 or 3 months.
So 15 months? So we could have 15 months, but you could if you could have it automatically after 15 months, but have it so you could manually do it.
Typically, it would be less than 13 months later, basically, is what we're talking about. Well, let me look into how to destroy the video recordings, and then we'll come back to it, because I think that's an important component to our records retention. That, I mean, if we're gonna have the policy, we need to enforce the policy. If it's a couple months out here or there, not a big deal, but I wasn't even sure. I had heard what you had shared about the resolution from the 90s, but then what I had read, was what you had mentioned, so it was a year-ish out, and that seems a little bit vaguer to me. I almost would like to say a year from the date of the meeting as the policy.
Well, and that would go to the prosecutor's office, can we say that?
Yeah,
Because maybe we can, and
Well, and I wasn't involved in all this, so I don't know who created all this.
prosecutor's office.
They did all these, they came up with each category and each timetable.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask.
So, but that
about
doesn't, but that doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean that those were all the dates that had to be, it was what they recommended. So,
I would like to recommend, if it's feasible, the destruction of the audio and video 1 year from the date of the meeting.
yes, I would agree. But there are certain things that are in the statute that are very clear. I mean, there's some things that have to be held forever.
Yeah,
Like
right.
I said, there's permanence in here, there's 60 years, there's 2 years, 1 year, 5 years. After it's no longer, what's emails? It was like after it's no more, defeats its purpose, I can't remember.
So
what
like junk
word it
mail,
is.
you can get rid of immediately, is the point of that.
Right.
Yeah.
But if it's something from, from the auditor's office, well then, you know, it's how,
Right.
it's a value. So that one's kind of a useless one
Right.
to evaluate.
This is one of the, what I've studied the other day.
Right. So why don't we, I'll send a note, I'll copy you on it, Claudia. I'd like for the records retention policy to be clearer, if it can be, for 1 year out for audio and video, since it's not our official minutes or anything either, so. And then I'd like to make certain that we're regularly enforcing that, and I don't know what that looks like yet for video.
Well, and see, I think that some of the dates are not specified in the law. It's just that you have to be consistent and always following whatever policy it is that you have adopted.
Right.
And so I think that's why it would be nice to get them consolidated to more of the same thing. More things that are 1 year, or maybe they're all 2 years, or
Right.
they're all 5 years, so that.
I mean, every time I go back, I have to get this out and try to find it on this list, and there's so much stuff that's on this list that we don't even have.
I know we have
And then-
access to that. Can you forward that listing to me, just so I can?
But I mean.
That might be a
and
good
then-
project for an intern as well.
Yes.
And I looked up,
And
Orange
what-
just sent me theirs, and it's like, wait a
You
minute,
did?
you got 2 pages and I've got 100. How do they get away with
Well,
so little?
Let me tell you how I think that happened, because I think when this was adopted, I don't know if you're familiar with when Governor Taft was having some issues. And I think that it was in response to that. And at that time, we had an eager prosecutor. And so he may have recommended the most voluminous possible. And it might have been prudent at the time.
It might still be.
But it may be, but it may also be that the courts had created case law that said it was unwieldy, because, I mean, that list is unwieldy. Because when you make things so complicated, it's hard for people to comply.
Actually comply, yeah.
And so maybe it has consolidated, so I agree. But I think that we should tell them what we want, which
Yeah.
is consistency and succinctness.
Agreed. Great. Okay, succession planning, we already spoke about that. Zoning, we have, zoning report, 50 new houses, new homes total for this year, 12 in May. So, moving right along, with getting new houses up. And that's it for the zoning report. The financial device transactions, I'm going to follow up with Mr. Stucco related to, and get some clarity, and I'll have something back on the 26th related to that. Also, I did want to note that we had approved last meeting, a member for the ARB board. That member unfortunately, gets retirement, the voters are ready and could not serve in that position. So, with regret, she couldn't even start, so it's not really a resignation. Okay,
And I checked with Jackie just to make sure the same situation wasn't for her.
good, I was going to say
Because
that,
when
yeah.
she filled out the paperwork, she had a question about the re-employed OPERS, and I'm like, this is the situation that happened, just check.
Yeah.
And she's paid through STRS, and
Oh,
I don't know how they do anything.
Well, no, it's the same, it is the same, issue. It's, generally, it comes down to insurance. So it's not that this person couldn't have come to us, it's that it was not economically wise to come to us. So,
That's fair.
Which I didn't understand because I'm re-employed OPERS.
Interesting.
And I told her, I said, you get a stipend for your insurance now. Mine goes into a savings account because I do have this job. So.
Interesting.
but OPERS has A, B, and C, remember? And were you an A or B or a C?
Probably A, I was so long ago.
So you were lucky.
Yeah. So I thought it might be that, but we don't offer the insurance to part-timers.
Right.
So she would have been, if she's taking the stipend for the insurance, she would have lost it.
Right, so, and she did use the word stipend.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, it's unfortunate, but
Very.
it's the way the law is.
It is, it is. Okay, future meetings.
I've got a meeting tomorrow with Morpsey, and it's active roads, not future roads.
Okay.
So let's talk about that.
For
Talks about active roads, things like crosswalks and lights and stuff like that that aren't normally discussed in the. What are you gonna do with 36, 37 stuff, meetings?
Nice. It's good. I'm meeting with Commissioner Benton Wednesday. I have a meeting coming up soon for the One Ohio opioid. I don't recall the date for that. Those are all future meetings for now.
And I have negotiations coming up, so.
Very good. And then we will reconvene this meeting on the 26th at 5:30, 26th of June. Okay, late items. Any final late items?
I already addressed that.
I have one
Me too.
late item I was gonna mention, which is, I'd like to get a bunch of things together for an auction sale and get rid of them. Or have the auctions, the go deals for different items, and I've asked Jesse to put a list together. We should do the same thing for roads. We've got some stuff back here we can get rid of.
I can put together a little bit of a list too.
It's nothing that says we can't do it in one item at a time, whenever we want to.
But I think you can aggregate it.
And fire generally does, there's a
Distinctly.
lot, but it doesn't mean, I'll ask them whether they want it.
You know, I wanna get rid of the 2 trucks over at Evergreen and that sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be good.
You know, there's things like that to get rid of.
That's great. That's fantastic. Okay. Any other late items?
Just so you know, Buckeye Swim Club is coming for an extension on July 10th.
That last extension, they got an extension once, right? It was a 2-to-1 vote.
It was a 2-to-1 vote last time.
Were you the one or was
I
I
was
the one?
the one. I believe you said, don't come back, or something to the effect of, you'll get your one time, but
I do think I said that.
something to that extent, I don't know. Okay, well, thank you, appreciate that. Anything else for the,
I thought somebody else was gonna come for an extension, tonight.
did you hear from somebody?
It was in regards to, where Shell Meadows is, what is that subdivision called? Because I recused myself of that because of the
Which
Shell.
one? What would they want to do?
Berlin Meadows? Berlin Meadows?
I don't know what, because I.
Was it
recused
Tony
myself.
Ironman, or was it?
No, it was, Don Kenny.
Oh, Metro? Well, Joe, he came a couple meetings ago for, an extension.
Yes, but I thought they were
There's a
asking for
different
another
one.
one.
Oh,
I thought that was for a 6 month and they're gonna ask for it to be extended again. And I thought, they emailed and they said, are you?
they sent this to you, or to everyone?
To everyone, I thought, and they said, are you sure that we can wait until this date because it's expiring and
How does? Nice one.
No, was it, the Hyatt's Road one?
I thought it was,
Well,
Don't forget the August election.
yes. Okay.
So, you want to make a motion to suspend or stop, or what's the proper term?
Move to recess and continue the Berlin Township regular trustees meeting to date and time certain, of June 26th at 5:30, location at Township Hall, 3271 Cheshire Road, Delaware, Ohio, 43015.
second.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. I got two little quick
It's
things I
adjourned.
wanted to pass along.
Let's stop
For three.
this.
First one is, at the meeting.
She wanted to turn that off.
Okay.